let's make a track, or at least start a track, see how far we can get here. I'm going to do kind of this like creative constraint style where I'm just going to use one sample pack. And so what I'm going to do is go to genres here in Splice, and I'm going to go to Tech House, and I'm going to go to packs up top here, and I'm just going to go to most recent here. And so here's all the most recent kind of Tech House tracks, and let's just use a tool room pack. And what I want to do is just, obviously I have to look for like kicks, so thinking about what we need, right? Ingredients. So we need to get kicks, I need to get a hat, I need to get a clap, need tops loops, percussion loops, so that's going to be for the drums. I don't think there's any serum patches in here, so it looks like I'm going to be using a synth sample or a bass sample. Hooks, so we need like synths and vocals. So not a lot of vocals in here. We'll see what to do about that. But just to give myself some direction and some inspiration, I'm going to go see what kind of like sound Darius Syrossian has recently and just use that as some direction. So let's come over to Beatport here. And so I'm just going to look for some tracks that inspire me kind of in the different categories of a song, right? So what kind of drums are cool that I like, that I personally connect with? And then seeing if I can kind of get something similar based on the sample pack. What kind of bass lines are in here that I connect with? What about like what kind of sound design stuff does he have, and what kind of like vocals are most often being used? And so let's see.
Give more. I'ma give you what you want, what you waiting for. Make the music that the people can't ignore. A lot of niggas is bitches, a lot of bitches be tripping.
Alright, so keeping thinking about the vocals, so Eve there. So obviously like female rap, okay. So really hard hitting drums. Okay, kind of a classic 90s Korg kind of sound, organ.
You forgot.
Nice little musical break section. That's cool. So I'm going to be thinking about musical breaks here. So really classic kind of sounds here. So another female vocal. So I'm going to kind of keep track of some of this stuff. Let's see, we got vocals, and so we have I like this vocal, so big business, that's cool. Use that kind of inspiration. Oh, this is a remix. Okay, Mark Knight. I want to go one that's more just like Darius, so let's see. Almost disco-y live drum sound. Cool, cool. Nice little resonant bass there. Very jackin' style of house. Again, classic sound right there. Alright, so I'm gonna just kind of write like sound design, just like classic synths. So in his pack, I'm gonna see if there's kind of stuff like that. Alright, so stupid Camtasia quit, but this is how far we've got. We've got all the way to the end of the groove, which is really what I wanted to do. So let me just kind of break down what's happened. These are kind of the references that I found that I liked from Darius Syrossian that I thought had cool sounds. So, for example, so I really like the kind of scratchy hat there. I like that kind of dark kind of clap. And this guy, just really straightforward. Really kind of swinging hats there, just a closed hat. But still a darker kind of sound, like especially in the clap there. And then we have this guy right here. Totally different sound, but I love the tops, the 16th notes there. And so the drums, what I was gonna go for when I was searching through the Darius pack here is, man, I just literally was going through here and just pulling out what I thought was cool. So listening for the kicks, and so let me kind of show you this. So here on the kick, you can see I downloaded these right here, so I could play these. That one. Again, these are all straight from the pack. That one. These are all cool. And I ended up with this one right here. And in context, this is how far I've got. And then again, comparing that to kind of like the inspiration here. Obviously, you don't have the hooks, so let me go over here. And we have this one again. And then over here. That's the one I kind of got to. Cool. And so I want to take some more inspiration from that one, but I think it's a good starting point. So again, just listening to what kind of sounds he had in his drums, picking out which ones resonate with me, and then kind of just going through the pack here to find sounds that fit. And so let me kind of break down a little bit more. One last thing for the groove, that's the drums. With the bass, what I heard a lot of times here is not too much going on in that one, but just super kind of quiet bass. But this one you can hear is like a bendy kind of melodic sine wave, and we can see that if we look at the analyzer. So mostly, mostly a sine wave. You'll see some harmonics up here, so maybe a triangle or a filtered square, but you know, a really big just sine wave down here below 100 hertz, and it's active. So active bass line, mostly a sine wave, and that was the same story here. Just a little bit higher, right, in pitch, so it's gonna be up here. And so I started going through and looking for basses that kind of had that. And again, just 100% stuck with what was here in the pack. And so the basses that I liked were this one here, which is exactly what I was looking for, right? Just a kind of mostly a sine wave and then just active. See, just like that. And then here's another bass that I found in the pack that I thought was cool. So rhythmic, right? But I thought it was cool, so I wonder if I could just mix that in. Because I'm not trying to be like 100% exactly what he's doing. I'm just trying to find cool things in the pack and bring it into a session and potentially make a track while being inspired. And so, you know, selecting this kind of bendy kind of sine wave bass is going to stay close to the references, but I pulled these other guys in because I just simply thought they were cool. And see if I could use them in some way. But I'm not actually using these two here. I'm using just the kind of bendy one right here. So just the kick and the bass right here. All right. I also felt that kick could have a little bit more attack, a little bit more click. So I found another kick in his pack right here. And this is the exact same rack as the kick. I just duplicated it down. And this third kick right here had a really cool kind of attack. So if I boost the sustain all the way up, okay, and if I bring the sustain all the way down, you can see the decay is set to 20 milliseconds, so I'm really cutting that away. It's just a little bit of a click. So if I kind of solo the kick here and I get rid of the kick click, so here's the regular kick. All right, if I add that in, just adds a lot of presence, and this is literally it. That's all that I'm adding, you know? And then so one other thing I'm doing here on the kick group is I'm just clipping the tops of that. Next was just finding like a hat, and I really liked this hat loop, which has a cool hat in it. So that's where the majority of the sound is coming from. I just isolated this part of that loop, just because you can see these kind of syncopated notes are a little bit out of control. So I just wanted to get this just slightly more gentle syncopated note. So adding that in with the kick and the bass. Okay, what's going on here? Here with kickstart, I have this set to quarter note. So this is just removing anything below 5K, just giving that most of the room, as much room as possible here for the kick itself. And that's all that's going on there. And then we have, next I would want to get the clap. So here's the clap. And so again, all of this is from his pack. So I found these claps, this one, that one, and this one is on mute, so that one. And this one I was wondering if I wanted the tail. I like the tail on it. Ultimately, I decided to mute it because I wanted a tighter, punchier kind of hat. And so, okay. And then I did like this clap tops layer, which again is just straight from his pack. Okay. And I'm just taking out like most of the kind of mid-range, the clappy mid-range, like around 1K, and just leaving that kind of top end sparkle. So if I turn this off, barely does anything. Turning this on, you know, just taking out some of the mids, right? And I'm boosting the sides in the top end here with the mid-side mode in EQ8. And there we go. And then on the clap group here, nothing yet. There will probably be something on there. But okay, so that's the kick, the clap, the kind of tops hat, and then the bass. So all together. All right, and then getting some, again, very minimal processing, just getting it straight from the pack. Here I have some percussion mid texture. I thought that was a cool sound. And then here we have another percussion. Okay, and in this case, you can see I'm just cutting out the kind of syncopated elements here, just like these guys. Okay. Now, this is a little bit heavy-handed, all this percussion. So if I play this right now. All right, that's a lot of syncopation. And if you listen to his tracks right now, even like for my own taste, that's too much. Like I want it to be a little bit more chill than that. And if we listen to the reference tracks here, then there's not a crazy amount of syncopation going on that just like pops out of the mix. Just the chord in that case, right? But not so much from the groove. See, nothing really that just pops out in a syncopated way. So I'm gonna just keep my eye on that. Even there, most of that syncopation is just coming from that hat. And then in this track. But still, again, not like syncopation that's just jumping out of the mix like right here. So I'm definitely going to tame that. Another thing that I mentioned, well, before Camtasia cut off, is that all of this stuff I'm looking at as placeholders. This percussion right here is like, number one, it's way too much. But also, that's going to significantly change. I'm going to have to come in and chop that up based on whatever hook I find. Same with the bass line. Like it's way harder to fit a hook into an existing groove than it is to build a groove around a hook. But I just started with the groove in this case. But knowing that when I find a hook, I'm going to have to come back into this percussion and work that percussion and the syncopation around the rhythm, you could say, of the hook. Same with the bass line. The bass line's probably going to change too. And so I don't want to go much further than what I have here in terms of the groove because I want to go find the hook, and that's going to be a vocal. And when I was going through the Darius kind of reference tracks or his tracks on Beatport, There was a lot of female vocals, so that could be a starting point for inspiration, right? So I'm not just sitting here guessing what I should do. And so I'll go look for something like that. And then a lot of classic 90s nostalgic kind of sound design elements. And so that's what I'm going to be looking for in the hooks. And so before the video cut off, this is what I got to. Mostly just building the grooves, kick, clap, hat, right? So the basic beat, getting that bass in there, and some extra kind of syncopated percussion. Knowing, once again, I'll say it again, that the percussion especially is going to be a placeholder right now, because that will change so that I can suit it much more to the hook. Everything comes from the hook, right? The rhythm of the bass line is going to either mimic the rhythm of the hook, or it's going to kind of fill the gaps, or it's going to just be complementary in some way to it. Same with the percussion. The percussion is going to usually complement what the bass is doing, which is complementing what the hook is doing. And so there's just all this kind of levels of derivation, you could say, you know, to use a douchey fancy word. But all right, so this is where we are. All right, but nothing going on the bass, just kickstart, right? And that's it. So now what we'll do is let's go over to Splice. And in this pack, there are no vocals. So I'm going to go look for some vocals. I'll try to stick to Toolroom because I want to be as creatively constrained as I can, right, in this video. So let's head over to Toolroom. And if I need to, I will jump ahead here because this could be really annoying. I'm going to go to feature most recent. Let's go after some house vocals here. Again, I'm going to be kind of looking out for female. So let's see. Whatever. Let's just go through these.
Beat goes round and round.
You know what? One thing I can do is I can stay on the featured page here for him because these tracks are his biggest tracks, quote unquote, at least on Beatport. And so I'm interested to see, this is where a lot of the big hooks are going to be. Because usually hooks are going to determine how big a track is. You just look at the top of the charts. It's almost always going to be some kind of it's usually going to be some kind of sample or resung sample of a track that everybody loves and wants to sing on the dance floor, which makes sense. So here we go. All right, female vocal again. Okay.
I like you move every day, yeah. Oh yeah. I like you move. I like you move.
This is cool. Maybe I should have pulled some of the grooves from the top 10 here. This is good. All right, so I'm really just listening for what kind of vocals are there, but it's really easy and tempting to get into the arrangement of this stuff. So we can see there's a break here and the vocals presented in the break. And I'm curious if throughout the drops, how the drops to develop, whether the vocal is in there, and that's mostly going to be a sound design thing. Let's see. So that's just groove. So now we're going to get those vibey kind of keys, more kind of like jumpy, vibey keys. All right, so now we get a strip with the vocal, but that drop is mostly sound design. So we get a delay out, a delay throw from the vocal, mostly groove. Okay, sound design. A little bit of a vocal kind of payoff. So in this track in particular, and I want to see if there's going to be a pattern kind of running throughout, the drops are mostly going to be the sound design stuff, and then the breaks are going to be where the vocal is. Let's see if that kind of continues. I'm going to try to stick to just his music. Let's see. So right there, another cool sound. Go to the breaks. Okay, vocal again. We obviously have that sound design thing too. Okay. So classic vocal. All right, let's check out the drop. Okay, again, just like more jumpy kind of sound design, like. So vocal entry in both cases of the drop. All right. More vocal in this drop. Same with the sound design. Okay, start. Female. Cool vibe in this. All right. Okay, let's try to find something.
Beat goes round and round in my mind. That this I don't wanna stop. The speaking is taking over and beat goes round and round.
Okay, one other thing I need to do is like these are mostly female, so probably better to audition them because even if I find something, I don't know if it's gonna sound that great against what we have here. So let's actually audition them against the group.
Let's get a little, bring your body to me.
That's the winner right there. That's sick. All right, it says C sharp. I don't trust that at all, but it could be, so we'll see. Okay, let's bring this guy in. That's pretty cool. Now we got our nice little vocal hook here.
Baby, come over, we can get low. Stop over.
Okay, let's get like a little piano here. And I want to just test this out.
Baby, come over. Baby, baby, come over. Baby, come over, we can get low.
Okay, so far so good. So let's see.
Baby, come over.
So right there, if this is actually C sharp, which it says it is, that's C sharp minor. So right away, baby, that's C, that's the fifth down to the third. And then
Baby, come over.
da-na-na. So then you're walking 4, 3, 2. So already we're getting the first 5 notes of the C minor scale. So
Baby, come over, we can get low.
So that's going, so 1, 2, 2, 3, 2. So we are playing all the notes in C sharp minor. So it is very strongly indicates to me that this is in fact C sharp minor. And we're playing the most important ones, like, so 3, 5, 3. And then you can hear this kind of cool tone right here. So you can just hear how that resolves. Whoops. See how it just feels like it resolves when I go there?
Baby, come over, we can get low.
So when she goes, so if you're landing on the second scale degree right there, that's going to create a lot of tension. So my guess is in the melody, it's going to resolve somewhere to one of these 3 notes. So 1, 3, 5. So let's just see.
Baby, come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. Baby, come over, we can get low. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow.
So again, all right, we're coming up on the end of the phrase. Let's see what happens.
Tell me what's up.
Tell me. So 2, 4, 4, 2, 4, 4. You can even hear that the tension created in the melody when she's singing that. And that's because she's singing notes that are tense, you could say, or tension tones in the scale.
Tell me what's up.
which sets up a really good resolution. Let's see if it actually resolves.
Tell me what's on your mind.
So it lands on the 5th. All right, so just for some preliminary things, I was explaining in the beginning that one of the things I like to do is mix into a limiter. So basically produce and mix at mastering level. And the reason why is like you could see, like right now, it sounds pretty good.
Ladies, come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking that.
Right, and so at every step of the way, I know exactly what my track is going to sound like in the end. And if it sounds like crap, because the limiter's pushing back on it, then I know that something's wrong. Like some of you might even be looking at -9 dBs of attenuation here and be like, whoa, that's insane. Yeah, but you know, like if I do some group processing, do a little bit of limiting along the way, a little bit of clipping, that's gonna significantly come down. So that's not even that out of control. Also, what I need to do is put some sidechain compression on this. So what I'm gonna do is just go get some kickstart here, and let's put kickstart on, and let's go to input. Here, I just want to see the kick inside of here. So,
Ladies, come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your.
all right, let's turn on the band here.
Ladies, come over, we can get low.
Now I want to see how much I can get away with. So I'm going to bring the band frequency all the way up. You can see I just have it macroed over here in Ableton. And then I'm just going to bring this down, the band frequency down, so that it doesn't sound too thin, but I'm hitting it really hard with the sidechain compression.
Ladies, come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind. Ladies, come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes.
So 75 sounds pretty good. Well, technically it's what? It's like 529.
Ladies, come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to.
Just kind of fine tuning it now. I don't want to get too deep in the weeds, but there we go, about 700. That's fine for now, right? And one other thing I could do is just get another one and just hit the transient hard. So I'll come over here and just get like one of these tight curves. Let's try it at 100%. And that way the kick transient just punches every time. And hopefully there's not going to be too much of a noticeable change in the vocal. Check it.
Ladies, come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can.
See, like you can't even really tell. So maybe I'll hit it even harder.
Ladies, come over, we can get low.
So that's now a little bit more of a vibe. Having it like on this short one is kind of like this technical thing, just getting it out of the way at the kick transient.
Ladies, come over, we can.
Okay, this does the same thing, but it introduces a little bit of a pump to the vocal, and I kind of like it.
Ladies, come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it.
All right, one thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to control this vocal a little bit more. I'm going to jump to a -5 ceiling on this. Again, one of the cool things about working at mastering levels, I know exactly how much headroom to put above certain sounds. So most of the time for individual hooks, just setting a ceiling value of -5 for a vocal or like a synth is just a great starting point. It just sets that kind of right level right off the bat, and then I got to fine tune as the track develops. But right away, this is going to be a decent level.
Ladies, come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes.
And one other thing I want to do here is just tame the vocal a little bit. So I'm just going to get Pro Q, and I want to control the low mids a little bit. So one of the cool things about Pro Q is I can let it play, hover over the frequency spectrum. It'll turn purple, click and hold, it will turn blue and freeze the spectrum. And then I can specifically bring down frequencies that I want to control. So check this out. So I'll play it.
Ladies, come over.
It's turning purple. Now I'm going to play it. It'll continue to turn purple. Now I'll click and hold and it will turn blue.
Ladies, come over, we can get low.
Now it's blue. Now the spectrum is essentially frozen, and so I could come in here and start bringing these guys down. But let me play it a little bit more so it gets a little bit more of an accurate reading.
Ladies, come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes.
And so what I could do, for example, in the low mids, is just kind of bring these guys down. I'll just what I'm going to do is highlight all of them, and I'm going to treat them dynamically. So I'm going to double click on the dynamic ring, and that's outside of the big kind of gain knob. So I'll click on that, and I'll go to like minus 12. Now, I kind of like using dynamic EQs, kind of like multiband compressors, where you define the range and you have manual control over the threshold. So if I select all of these and click the auto button, it'll switch it from auto threshold to manual threshold. So now I have control over the threshold of all three of these bands. All right, and so I can bring it down and just kind of tame all of them. So let's check it. Okay, what I'm also going to do, just slightly open the queue on all of this, so just each one is going to just kind of hit like a broad range, so I don't have to do too much here. So that to me just makes the vocal a little bit more consistent, and that's really all I need to do right now. Just get it to bounce in the track with the sidechain compressors, a little bit of low-mid control just so that vocal sounds nice and constant, and then just a little bit of peak control just to park it at that right level in the mix. And so there we go. If I before and after these, let's just do it. Why not? So here before. Just integrates, doesn't it? It just feels like it integrates into the mix a little bit more. Okay, so let's color this blue, and I'll just call this Vox main, and I'll just assign track colors. Let's bring this guy up. Now, like I said, we have a main hook here. Everything comes from the hook. And so what I'm going to do now is go back to these kind of like the bass line and also the percussion and just kind of mess around with it. So let's see. So I wonder if we put this guy right here, this kind of syncopated hit, if we switch these guys. So if I move this here and I move this here, check it. So now in the vocal gap right here, see there's a vocal gap, we'll get a little syncopated hit. All right, so check this out. All right, so I like that. I'm gonna take this guy and move it here. Okay, so now we're really, really reducing the amount of syncopation. And then what I could do is I could create a call response, because over here you could see there's gonna be space again for a response syncopation to this one. So I could probably take this and move it here. And then I could take the first three, which are right there, and just copy this across. So now I am reworking the percussion so that it fits a little bit better with the vocal. So in the vocal gaps, we have that syncopated moment, but at the same time, we're getting a nice call response from the syncopation. So check it out. Baby, come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. Baby, come over, we can... So there you go, something like that. Let's go across the full phrase here. And I'm just gonna go like this, and let's see if that just kind of works across the board. Baby, come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind. Baby, come over, we can get low. What I want to do now is check out the bass line. So the bass line is in C minor. Let's just make sure that's true. So I'm going to pop a spectrum analyzer on here, and we'll see what the notes are. So let's go to spectrum, and so we're going C to G. That should be a G. Boom. Boom, boom. So I'm just jumping up to G sharp apparently, which is just going to be the minor sixth, so that's fine. Just a cool kind of tone. And then going up to the F, which is the 4. And then down here, this is another F, so going down to the lower 4. And then going to the 7th probably, so A sharp. That's cool. So all we need to do is just kind of pop this up a semitone here. So, and we'll probably try complex. Just gonna go through the different ones because who knows which one's gonna work the best. Not that one. Let's see. Cool. One thing you could do also, just to see if they actually in fact work, is if I solo these two and I click on this and I shift click up, so pop it up an octave.
Ladies, come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind. Ladies, come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see. Ladies, come over, we can. Ladies, come over, we can get low. Ladies, come over, we can get low. Ladies, come over, we can get.
I love how when she says come over, it kind of follows that rhythm.
Ladies, come over, we can. Ladies, come over, we can get low. Ladies, come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can.
Okay, let's play around with this. So I'm gonna duplicate this down, and let's see.
Ladies, come over. Ladies, come over, we can get low. Ladies, come over, we can get low. Ladies, come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking.
So if I move this here, so we've got that lower F, and I take the C that's right here and I go like this.
Ladies, come over, we can get low. Ladies, come over, we can get low. Ladies, come over, we can get low. Ladies, come over, we can.
If I something like this.
Ladies, come over, we can get low. Ladies, come over, we can get low. Ladies, come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. Ladies, come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. Ladies, come over, we can get low.
Alright, so basically what I'm doing is just rearranging this just to make it more constant, right? Like the melody's kind of melodic, right? It sounds, you know, tautological, but it's kind of just moving around a lot. It's not like a constant melody, and so having a melodic bass like this guy, right? Whereas we got a lot of jumping around. If I just make it a little bit more constant here. Like, I feel like that goes better with the vocal because we have that constant bass line, but then which gives the vocal room to kind of move around in pitch, so.
Ladies, come over, we can get low.
So that's cool. I really like that. Next, what we could do is get the sound design element. So again, what Darius does a lot is he has this nostalgic type of sound. So if I come over to Splice, well, what we're gonna have to do is just go to his pack, and we are going to see if he's got some cool sound design, because that's what we're limiting to. We're sticking with the vocal because or a vocal out of his pack because he just doesn't have a vocal in the pack. So let's start with the loops because I want to be cheap and I want to be lazy and I just want to find something that I find surprising. So here we go.
Baby, come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your.
Okay, so one thing I can also do is here, just do the C sharp minor, so it will automatically transpose to the key that I want. So here we go.
Baby, come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can.
So one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take out bass melodies here. So it's only going to be kind of like the sound designy synth stuff. So
Baby, come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what.
So this is just playtime, right? Like I'm just gonna mess around with this. So I heard something that was kind of cool in there. So if I go like this and paste this in, what I heard is I really like these first two notes. But
Baby, come over.
so let's get this in tune. So we're at G sharp, G flat minor. So we're gonna have, that's a fourth above. So let's go down 5.
Baby, come over, we can get low.
But I want to take these guys and move them here so we get that kind of cool skippy rhythm.
Baby, come over, we can get low. Baby, come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking. Baby, come over, we can get low.
Could be cool. Let's see. Let's see.
Baby, come over, we can get low. Get low. Stop over.
So if I move this guy right here on B, boom, boom, boom. Move this guy right here. Move that over. Let's see.
Come over, we can. Baby, come over, we can get low. Stop.
That's kind of cool. I like that. So if I take that vocal out, let's see. If I bring this guy over here, so we get this kind of like, let's see, maybe I'll just, just bring this over. That's sick. All right. So that's an idea, right? This is just about coming up with ideas. So let's call this like synth idea, or I'll just call this like idea 1. And let's keep on going. So I'm going to mute that and see what else we can come up with. Let's bring that vocal back in because I want to hear how it relates to the main hook. Even if the vocal doesn't play in the drops, I want something that's going to kind of work with the vocal so that there's still puzzle pieces that would connect together, but might never connect together, right? An unsolved puzzle. All right, here we go.
Baby, come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. Baby, come over, we can get low.
So I'm pretty sure that's a song of his. Let's see. I think I remember hearing that. Where is it? Cool. All right, so that I can't use that one. Ooh. Okay, those were verses. Check this out. Okay, so did I pick the wrong one? No, I didn't. Okay, yeah, this is what I want. Okay, so what is this? This is G minor. To pop it up to C minor, we got to go down. So G, so then F sharp. So basically, we got to go down -7, so -6. So -7 + 1, -6. So I'm going to check to see what these chords actually are. So let's get a spectrum. So we have C sharp, F sharp, and A. So that is F. That's F sharp minor. So what's this guy? Let's loop around this. So we've got E, G sharp, C sharp. So right away, C sharp, E, G, that's going to be C minor, C sharp minor. If I just grab this guy, and I wonder if we just put these on the beats like that. So something like this. Play it like this. And then if we can get like a reverse like this guy, I wonder what that would do. No idea. So turn this off. I feel like that's too much of like a rhythm part right now. I feel like we need something more melodic. We need something that's just cooler. Like I keep on hearing this. So, what's this note? I keep on hearing it going higher or something. So that goes up. Ready? Alright, let's keep on going here. So that's kind of cool, like that kind of motif of it. So if I just grab this guy, and any of these could be stabs, so it's really just about finding maybe a pattern that works. So if I copy the clipboard, and then we could even potentially replace a lot of these with other sounds, maybe one-shots that are in there. So this is B flat minor, so that means we need to go up 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. All right, if we move this guy to there, let's see. Where's the clip begin? Right there. Okay, so I know this guy has a similar move. You can do something like that. Let's see if this sounds cool. A little too deep. So all right, and so that jump might be a little bit too much. What we could do is we could duplicate this across, and then on this first one have it play normal, so just normal, and then have it jump up the second time around. clap right here is cool. Check it. So you have that, you have this. So I think I'm going to take this clap right here and put it here, and then take this rim shot right here and put him at the, and him or her, you know, who knows, put him at the end. So one idea I have here is I'm going to duplicate the main channel, and there's a really cool rep that we could do, which is just basically right here.
Baby, come over, we can get low. Stop loving, get low, 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 get
If I flip this guy, hold up, let me do it like this. If I flip this here, but put them at the end there. See. Alright, but maybe I will. Should I use the whole thing? Let's see. Gets a little scratchy at the end there, so maybe I'll just. I can always take that away with EQ, but let's see. I'll try to throw auto-tune on here, just to make it a little bit, let's see, a little bit more in key, just a little bit more droney. Let's see, auto-tune. Let's just be heavy-handed about it too. Put it after the kick starts. Let's see. Open. Key, we're in C sharp minor. Maybe put like a delay on that, like Echo Boy or something. So with Echo Boy here, obviously delay is all about the delay time, how long the delay lasts through feedback, and then the tone. And the great thing about Echo Boy Junior and Echo Boy Senior, you could say, is just the different styles that they have. So instantly you can try to just find a vibe here with this delay. So cheap tape sounds really good because instantly it puts that vocal delay on top of the top of the chords. So if I cut out the low mids, all of the lows here. Just adds to the swirly kind of vibe. So I wanted to apply that to both the dry and the delayed signal, so they both just turn into this weird swirly mess. Could probably hit kickstart even harder now if I go over here. Okay, you can see the ceiling isn't even being touched. I'm gonna just tap this down and just kind of smash that vocal a little bit. Just, you know, disrespect it. I wonder if we got like RC20 on here too and just added a little bit of tape color on top, or just kind of vinyl noise, whatever color on top. What's going on? That's the one. All right, let's go to follow 100% here. What's the latency on this guy? Okay, so, all right. Wobble is going to do the same thing that the chorus is doing. Just going to mess up the stereo imaging, which is exactly what I wanted. I want this thing to just be just a mess in the stereo image. Oh well, if I turn on stereo, that is. Wow, that's doing a little bit too much. Maybe I'll back off. Okay. So I'll back off on the mix here. So this is a pretty solid starting point. We've got pretty much the main ingredients of the track. We've got the drums, we've got the bass, we've got the vocal here, and we've got the kind of lead synth. What I need to know now is kind of how his drops develop, or just take some inspiration. Let's just see kind of in here. Let's just check out what's going on with the arrangement, the way the drops are kind of laid out. So let's check it out.
Bullets could kill racism.
Kind of cool. So we can start kind of making almost like an outline for ourselves on what to do, at least in the break, because I just kind of want to go like groove, break, and then into the drop. Go like this. Let's see. And then we'll get the main vocal in there. All right. But I will do like kind of like a MIDI map up top, just at least of the sections right now. And this will just be like break idea, or let's just say like sketch. And this is going to be drop. And then we're going to do probably a 32 bar drop. So we'll have like a drop A section, and then we'll have a drop B section, depending on what's going on in the references. And then over here, we'll just do like a little bit of a groove section. So we'll just do groove. All right, so I'm going to color these my colors. So there we go. And then there. Okay, and sometimes also color A section, B section, just black and white, so it's clear contrast there. Okay, so he had tops, he had a vocal, and also kind of the main idea. So I'm just gonna rename this synth, and same with this, although I'm not 100% sold on this sound.
If only bullets could kill racism.
There's a ride on there. That's kind of cool. So one idea would be to like put a ride here, take it away right here, and then bring it back.
If only bullets could kill.
But what I want to do is in this loop, I just want to make it like shorter. So if I go to 16th notes and then I just go to the forward transient type of mode, I just bring this down. Let's just see if this even could potentially work. Does he have snare rolls? This is not at all what I was expecting to do right now, but I'm just gonna keep going with it. And I'm just gonna do one last thing, which is try to see if he has a snare roll. That's kind of cool. I wonder if that would actually work though. Let's see. So I don't think the rhythm is gonna work, but where the heck is splice? Okay, cool. So check this out.
Tell me what's on your mind. Baby, come over, we can get low. Tell me what's on your mind. Baby, come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes.
That's fun. I just wanted to, I guess, sketch out a potential break idea, and that kind of works. So, I mean, we got the music in there. We're introducing the music, introducing the vocal. We can have the music come up, maybe just go right into the vocal. I'll see how he kind of intros things. Maybe he doesn't intro anything and it just like pops in like hot. That's cool. And then do a little bit of building action here. I really like that kind of snare. Maybe kind of start to have it creep over here, get into this what I call broken snare roll. It's not like pure 16ths, but it does kind of break down into the pure 16ths right there. A little bit swung, and then just boom, right into the drop, all right? But let's stay in the drop. We've got a sketch of a break idea. All right, let's go back to the references here and just, again, see what's going on in the drops. I just want to see if there's like a basic structure going on here. Let's see. So something I really like about this one is that kind of turnaround phrase he has at the end of the drop. So I'm gonna color that like that. So maybe I could do something exciting at the end of the 8 bars. Also like the vocal entry here, so that's cool. Anything over here? This is kind of a cool idea. So in the last thing, what we did is we were kind of getting this get low thing. So one thing I could do is I could take this guy.
Babies, come over, we can get low.
Okay, and then I can have that kind of soupy like what he has, and then have this kind of like rep here, the vocal rep, as like a kind of a lift through this 8 bar section. And what that does is if I come over to this next drop B section right here, and let me just kind of copy all this over, and we'll copy the vocal over because we're going to bring the vocal. I'll mute it here, except maybe right here, and then have this come in. See, so what's cool about this is that we're starting to tease that vocal coming in, and then we can use this as to really just get that vocal on people's minds. And then when we come into this section where the vocal starts to play in full, then they're ready for it. And they've already learned it because we introduced it over here in the break. So I wonder if we can have that kind of roll throughout. Another thing is that I could, in this get low vocal, I could use this as almost like a second 8 bar lift, right? So here we get 8 bars of pretty much just a synth, then we get that vocal entry, and then we have that vocal lift with the rep, and then we go into the full vocal in the drop B section, and then we bring back that lift. So it's almost like a structural lift right here. So at the second half of the A section, second half of B section, we bring that in. And so obviously we need to bring these synths over. So let's go ahead and just go like this. All right, so here's just a drop sketch idea where the drop A section basically just boils down to sound design, SD, and drop B just boils down to vocal. I could say Vox plus SD, right? Vocals plus sound design, so the vocals just come in. And so this is a cool kind of sketch I'm feeling. Let's check it out. Let's just listen a little bit more, see if we can get any more ideas here. Boom, another little vocal right there. I like that. Cool. Let's check this out, see if we got any inspiration. I'm gonna move this over just so the drops and stuff line up. So far, it's really just groove. But here you can see we're getting another kind of exciting, what I would call a P8. So punk at the 8-bar mark. It's just something that happens at the 8, right? That's it. So cool crashes in there. I'm gonna use crashes. I love crashes. Just accent exciting moments. So boom, definitely get something like that going. Crash has a delay on it, so that's cool. So maybe we'll just write like crash with delay. So that's just a little bit of looking at arrangement. Now we can kind of start filling out these ingredients that we've kind of put in here. Now another thing we could do though is just make it sound a little bit more inspiring. One thing I'm hearing is more top ends, so some kind of tops with super highs. I think that would be cool. We can also get like tops 16th notes. So this is kind of like the Mandisa track. So Mandisa, and then I kind of want the synth to be a little bit more inspiring, right? So I kind of want that. That's going to have to work with the vocal. So I want to do a little bit of a preliminary mixing here just to get it sounding more inspiring. So I'm just not like, this sucks, you know. So let's go. Okay, so a couple things, right? So frequency-wise, the vocal and the synth really work together because that vocal is really nice and present, especially in that mid-range, like, you know, where a vocal is present. 1 to 5K, 2 to 3K, like really right in there. The synth is deeper, so it sits underneath the vocal. So I don't hear too much frequency clash. One thing I could do is put soothe on here and then sidechain that to the vocal. That's like way down the line. I want to just get the preliminary positioning of these things right. So what I'm saying for positioning is that in the frequency spectrum, these things are sitting pretty nicely together. One thing I definitely want to do is get these kickstarts on the vocal and drop them on the synth here. All right, so one of them is crushing a little bit too hard on one of those. On, I think it's this one. I just want to hear that downbeat synth on there. So I want to see how much I can get away with here on the mix. Okay, cool. So that's sweet. Okay, so positioning, right? So frequency spectrum, pretty cool. What about stereo image? So on the stereo image, what we could do is we can make that synth wrap around the vocal a little bit. So we're gonna get a stereo separation of hooks. So have that vocal nice and clean down the middle and then have those synths, that synth on the side. I'm just gonna get waves doubler. So let's just have this guy wrap around. And it's so simple. This is just the default preset for the two. And it just will instantly do the job. The only thing I've done is I've macroed the gain of the voices here and of the direct signal. Sweet. So before, after. Okay, a little bit too much, so all I need to do is bring down the level of the voices because that's introducing the kind of wide or the side information. And so I just need to bring that down, or stereo, let's bring it down. Cool. another thing I want to do is, now that we have like a center voice and we have some side voices, I want to take the chorus that we put on this guy right here. Ooh, maybe also the RC. Okay. And then drop it on there just to create like a swirly kind of effect. So it's not so like left, center, right. Let's do this.
Baby, come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow.
Let's see how that sounds over here in the break.
Baby, come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind. Baby, come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow.
Okay, that's just all like super annoying me. So let's go to Kickstart here, and let's just turn these off. I'm gonna throw this Kickstart in there, and then I'm just going to turn this whole thing off like this. Boom. Okay.
Baby, come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes.
Okay, so in this section now, so it works together for me over here, like that synth.
Baby, come over, we can.
Okay, maybe what I will do, just for fun, is throw Soothe on there. I mean, I'm getting deep, a little deeper into mixing, a little premature, you could say, but, you know, it's helpful to just throw this, because it's an important move, so I might as well do it right now while I'm here. And so I'm going to go to the vocal channel, which is 31, and so there we are. Now, what's cool about this is, I can do two things. I can make even more frequency space for the vocal by cutting it away from the synth, and I can also make more stereo or center, more center space for the vocal using mid-side mode. So if I change the mode here to mid-side and I just go to only mids here, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically use the vocal to just basically remove the synth, not entirely, but open up space down the middle channel for where the vocal is playing, and just hit that on the synth. So check it out. So all I'm going to do now is just raise the depth that I have macroed here on Soothe. And hold up. I need to turn on sidechain. There we go.
Baby, come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me.
Okay, I'm going to open up the sharpness. So I don't want it as sharp. I really just want the vocal to hit this thing kind of hard.
Baby, come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind. Baby, come over, we can.
Okay, cool. All right, sounding good. I think there's a couple of things we can do to the synth. Let me just see.
Baby, come over, we can get low.
Okay, the RC's really doing nothing, so I'm just going to get rid of it. And we could probably do a couple EQ moves to the synth, so I'm going to go get Pro Q, and I'm just going to mix it a little bit. And where are we going to do that? We'll just do it over here after all the chorusing and stuff. So very similar to the vocal, I'm just going to start taming some of the low end stuff. And I'm going to also solo the synth, solo the bass, which I need to label here. And is this it? Okay, I think so. Bass, main. Okay, I'm gonna start moving this stuff around so that I don't go crazy. Let's bring in the kick. So let's also then, just for fun, I'm going to bring in the bass channel, which is channel 16 now. And so now we're gonna be able to see the overlap of the bass on the synth, and you can see where that overlaps. Now, most of the time, I don't do this, like you could just kind of hear it, but just to show you that there's some overlap, it's not that big of a deal, but. But really just to create that space down there for the bass. then with the vocal, let's bring
Baby,
this.
just come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind. Baby, just come over, we can get low. Stop.
I kind of just like that. I don't know if there's much else I want to do to that. Let's see.
Baby, just come over, we can get low. Stop over.
Maybe we can compress it just a little bit, just so we can bring it more forward in the mix. So I'm just going to use the glue compressor. It looks like this is all backwards. Glue compressor. Let's put it over here. And whoops. And I'm just going to hit the peaks hard, and we'll go a little bit slower on the release. And we'll just bring it back to 200 milliseconds. And let's bring this down.
Baby, just come over, we can get low.
Maybe we'll max hit at 5 dB.
Baby, just come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it.
Bring it up slowly.
Baby, just come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow.
That compression helps bring that synth forward. So if I take this off, it's really simple, right? It's a dynamic kind of sound. And so what the compressor is going to do is just take those peaks, lower them a little bit, and then bring that whole sound up. So the whole sound is a little bit more present across the board. And so let's hear.
Baby, just come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what.
Okay, maybe I can do a little bit of taming here in the low end. So let's just get rid of all the analyzers. I just want to listen.
Baby, just come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow.
So it's just this guy right here. And so let's bring this back, do a little bit of dynamic kind of taming on that. I'm going to open up the Q, manual threshold, and let's bring this down.
Baby, just come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind. Baby, just come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see.
Okay, just controls the low mids a little bit more. I like that. Next, what we'll do is check out how the synth sounds by itself. Okay, what I wanted to do, and this is critical, is I wanted to mix the synth with the vocal, right? Because they're going to be playing together. And if I mix it over here in isolation without the vocal, then by the time I got over here, it's like, oh man, it sounds good over here, but now they're clashing. And so why not mix it with the vocal first, get them sitting together, and then come back over here when it's all by itself and see if it's still okay or what we can do to it. So let's check it. And it sounds great. Okay, so. Okay, one thing we could do, one last thing is, and it seems like a lot, but it's really not, right? So what are we doing here? Kickstart. We're widening it. Every single move here is intentional, right? We're widening it with vocal doubler. We're kind of smearing that width with the chorus. A little bit of EQ to remove it from the bass, and then just tame some of those low mids because they're getting a little bit bouncy. A little bit of compression just to tap down on the peaks and control the overall signal. And then soothe here to sidechain it to the vocal to create more space down the center for the vocal. And just make sure that vocal's super present. So just super logical, I would say, right? Nothing crazy. But let's add some kind of sparkle to this. So I'm gonna go get Echo Boy, and I'm gonna get the chain here. And chain is just basically an internal send. And then what we'll do is kind of like give it a little bit of sauce, you know? So you can hear that, I love that. Let's try ping pong right here. So boom. Now, obviously, that's way too much on the low mid, so we can do a little bit of a low cut here. Sounds way better. Now, the magic of Echo Boy and Echo Boy Jr. is the fact that you have these different styles here. Echo Boy, the main guy, he's got a lot more, but this is usually sufficient to find something cool. So let's check it. Giving a little bit more feedback on this. I want to try the transmitter because I really liked what that sounded like. Okay, let's bring in the original signal too. That's cool. I was not expecting that. I thought I was going to want to go with something darker. Okay, but let's get redux on this thing and let's see what happens if we add a little bit of downsampling to it. So watch this. So there's no science to this really. It's just finding where it sounds best, where those kind of upper harmonics that are created sound best. Little aliasing artifacts. And see, I keep on landing right there, so that sounds good. If I don't want it that loud, I could just obviously bring this down, but there's a couple places we need to check it, right? We could check it here in the drop, see if we can even hear the aliasing, and we can check it over here in the break to see we really want to hear the aliasing in the break, right? So the level doesn't need to be set immediately right here. There's other places in the mix to check. And of course it could be automated, so just adds that nice ring up there. That's sick. Okay, let's bring in the original. Okay, now that we're in context, I'm not sure I like the placement of that, so I'm gonna check the rate again. See, that sounds better now in the context of the mix, which is really the difference between doing something in isolation and doing something in the mix. I like that a lot better. Cool. Okay, let me just solo this delay by itself real quick. Now I've already had I put it on transmitter. I took away the low cut. Let's bring in the low cut. See what. I want this to just shimmer, right? So I'm just gonna kind of mix the wet signal in the context of the mix itself. All right, so I need a little bit more control. I'm gonna get some of these low mids here. Okay, and bring this down. So this I'm taking away into the delay, by the way, because I'd rather just take it away into the delay so the delay is not delaying out these low mids. Rather than obviously having to fix that problem afterwards. I'll just not create the problem into the delay rather than fixing it after the delay. All right, maybe I'm being too heavy-handed with it. Let's see how it sounds all together. I like it. I'm gonna crank the delay here. Without, with, so here's an idea. I'm gonna go get Valhalla Shimmer and I am going to drop it into the chain here. And what I'm gonna do is get a utility and basically create, again, kind of an internal send. So I'm gonna put this utility before Valhalla Shimmer because when that sound goes up to that high kind of note here, let me turn this off real quick. That high one, I want to have that kind of blast out into a reverb. So I'm going to turn the gain all the way down. Let's automate this, and I'm going to just turn it on right here where that sound comes in. Let's just kind of finesse this automation a little bit. Go like that. And there we go. So now this utility automation is going to be sending signal into Valhalla Shimmer, and then it will not send signal into Valhalla Shimmer. So the only thing that's going to get shimmered is going to be this little hit right there. All right, just like that. So we're going to go shimmer on this. But that's obviously way too crazy. So I'm going to, same thing, I'm going to EQ before this. Let's get a lot of those kind of low mids out. I'm stupid because what I did is I boosted this up to 35. So I'm going to bring this down to 0 and then bring this down to edit value 0. There we go. Okay, a little bit too much. And I'm going to change the mode here to big stereo. There we go. Mix 100%, obviously. Okay, cool. So that's what it's adding. Okay, so in this case, what we could do is just maybe boost that top end. Then we're going to move on. I just want to get that air up there. That's sick. Something like that. Let's see. So, and now we're just playing with effects, right? So if I bring this down, there we go. It doesn't look so crazy. I'm going to get some good old-fashioned sidechain compression. And let's go to here. And cool. So let's get this from the kick, which is going to be channel 13, 14. All right, so that's obviously hitting the effects, but I'm gonna pull back on the dry wet here so I can get that pumping of the effects with the dry signal at the same time. So it's gonna be a balance between the pump and the effects pumping, and then not anything pumping. So interesting kind of blend here. Let's see. All right, one last thing is just putting a ceiling on the final thing. Let's go down. Okay, I want to see what the waveform looks like, so I'm going to get an LFO tool monitor. And there we go. And so... All right, so I can hit it a little bit harder. I don't want to hit the limiters too hard because they can start to crunch, even something like Pro L. So I'm just gonna knock them down by like 1 dB at a time. All right, so hooks are really nice there, I feel. We have this other additional tops. Let's see what this does. So I wanted these like super tops, like right here, but this kind of has it. Like that nice, like tambourine kind of top end up there. So I wonder if I just gut this sound, if that will do it. So let's just get an EQ and go like this. Okay, in context, let me boost it, so be careful with your ears if you're listening loud. Okay, I'm gonna do a little bit more. Let's boost just like the super tops. Maybe just turn this down a little bit. I just really want those super tops. Okay, cool. So tops is basically the, I'll just call this TAM, text, for texture. There we go. The 16th notes from this track, Mandisa. Just those really nice wide shakery tops. So let's go back over to splice. I'm just listening for wide things. I'm gonna go to loops too. So let's just listen for 16ths. Kind of like that, but that's too dark and that's too down the middle. I want something wide. Hopefully there's something. Same thing, like that's a little too dark, a little too mono. Okay, so check out this guy right here. So this right here. Really nice shaker. I could probably turn that into a wide shaker by looping different parts of it. Okay, so this will be fun. Here we go. Okay, so if I loop, for example, this guy, and then if I, okay, and if I then also duplicate this down and just loop a different area here, it looks like they're different. Right? It's not the same thing every time. So watch this. So if I pan this left and pan this right, a little bit wider. Some of it's still mono. That's okay though. Okay, let's see if we can get away with this. Watch. So we're gonna call this tops wide shaker. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go get a LFO tool and 16th note rhythm here. And I'm going to just shorten it. Now the problem with this is since it's looping exactly around a 16th note is that second 16th note, this one 16th note is gonna hit a little bit back here off grid, which means it'll be shorter, but I think that will be okay. Let's just see. So bring in the depth. Cool. All right. And then what I'll do is get EQ8 here. Okay. And then we can boost the crap out of the level. So let's get utility. So one of my favorite things to do is to put this chorus on here. It takes away a lot of the top end, which seems counterintuitive, but it just makes it weird and wide. So without this, I'll mute it. So a couple things we need to do is let's just listen. I'm going to listen over to this, see if the drop is cool. Then we can start working on the break and then put some finishing touches on it. But since the groove is pretty much done, what I'm going to do is just copy the groove here like this, and let's just drop it. All right, but let's take out some of the things, like we probably don't need the shakers in here. Okay, we could probably take that out and this out of the intro, because obviously that can be a nice little drum lift, and this should sound pretty good by itself. Oh my god, that synth stab is killing me. Okay. I'm gonna color this yellow. Okay. That has to change. Okay, let's do a couple things. So the detailed work that we have to do is we need to get this vocal on a different channel. So I'm just going to duplicate that vocal, and we need to put effects on this. So I'm going to color this yellow again for things that we need to do. I'm going to bring this vocal down here. This needs to be verby. Right, so let's put that into a verb, kind of atmospheric, like what the reference is doing. I'm not sold on this, so I'm going to write a note to myself here that says, like, maybe just have the vocal, the get low delay. So something like that, just like a long delay on that. Get low delay. Okay, so I'm gonna mute this get low thing here. All right, so let's mess around with this real quick. So I'm gonna do some housekeeping there. Wow, there is no effects on the vocals. So let's go get Sound Toys plate, and we'll use the big one for as an insert. The reason why I don't want to do a chain or kind of like a parallel reverb is because I want to push this vocal back, so I might as well blend the dry wet signal. And the super plate is cool because it just has, just like Echo Boy, it has all these different, like styles. I mean, technically these are just different plates, but you could find one that just really suits the mix. So let's loop around here and see what we got. So I'm feeling this Stocktronics one because and remember the chords are the low mid stuff. The vocal I want to be in the mid range, and even this sound I want it to pop a little bit more in the mid range. And so the Stocktronics reverb doesn't kind of like wash it out and just kill it in the kind of mid range top end. So it just sounds cool. So these are cool things that you can just try as well. Let's see. Dial in the decay time. All right, let's try to get the get low reverb. So I'm gonna duplicate this channel again, even though we already have the get low. And let's get rid of the super plate here. Let's go get Echo Boy. Okay, Echo Boy and mix 100%. Feedback long. Okay, so where's get low? So you have to, the most important thing about delay is obviously the delay time. And so I want it to be like get low. So what's that timing? So you can count it, right? So get low. So if I want get and low to be on the beats, which they are naturally, then it can't be a quarter note delay, because then it would be like get, or I can't do get low at the same time, but there'd be this overlap. So it's got to be on, I want get to be on every second quarter note, which makes this a half note delay. Oh, wrong direction. There we go. There we go. Let's go. All right, so the default here is on wide. I'm going to switch it to normal in Echo Boy, and there we go. So just like that, but I guess technically what I could have done, ooh, you know what? I'm gonna take this Echo Boy and let's put it on here before the reverb so the delay can reverb at the same time. But we have to do the kind of internal send thing. So I need to create a chain. So let's create a new chain here, and we're gonna do, this is gonna be dry, this is gonna be delay, and then what we're gonna do is get a utility plugin, put it on the delay channel before the delay, and I'm going to, you know what? I'm gonna get, I already have something macroed for this, so I'm just gonna get my gain here. And then what I'm gonna do is use this, go down and then up. So show automation, and then we need to turn on get low, which is right here. There we go, and then we can just fade it out. Perfect, right? So check it out.
Babies, come over, we can get low, 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 get low.
Now, I guess what we could do, I mean, that guttural kind of thing is kind of weird, but I'm not sure if I can really fix that. I'm gonna kind of just like tame this, right? So that classic 500 to 5K, let's see if that will do a nice job in the mix, just restricting it to the mid-range. I'm gonna increase the feedback here, so let's go a little bit more. I want it to just really go across the whole drop. Cool. And then And then I'm just going to automate the feedback here. So it just comes up, goes exactly to where I want it to go, and then it'll just kind of like fade down. So there we go. All right, so one last thing I'm going to do here is I'm just going to compress this, but not for the reasons you might think. What I want to do is I want to set a maximum on the delay early on so that it just stays kind of tucked underneath. And I could sidechain this to the main vocal. You've probably seen that a million times on YouTube. In this case, I just don't think it's needed, so I'm not going to. So what I'm going to do is just bring this down. I want to see where I like the level of the delay, and then I'm just going to bring the threshold down to cap the delay off at that level. So I want to see where it falls to and where I like it in the mix. So right around there, you can see that. You can see I'm just capping it off right there. So it doesn't come in too hot. And I'm just gonna cap it at the level that I want it, and then I'll let it fade away. And so that's what I'm doing here. Okay, so moving on. So we have this done. There we go. And what we need to do is let's do some vocal effects real quick here in the break, in the drop, just to make it sound a little bit better. So first thing is I want to add a delay to some of those kind of last notes. So to some of the last words. So we'll do Vox main delay, throw. So cool. And so what we need to do is
Ladies, come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind. Ladies, come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking.
So what I'm hearing is, oh shit, like a delay, like get low, just like we've been doing, and then mind mine. So that's gonna have to change in delay time. So let's duplicate this and just get rid of these guys here, because I think they're gonna be different delays throws. So let's get Echo Boy on here, and what I'll do is Echo Boy Jr. Yeah. So we're gonna put Echo Boy Jr. directly on here. 100% mix. Feedback I'm gonna leave down. This one's gonna be a half note, because it's gonna be get low. So I'm gonna do it in normal. All right, and then eyes needs to be on a quarter note. So eyes. So we're gonna do quarter note here. Just like that, we'll do normal. Cool, just like that. Kind of. Did I screw something up? Yeah, I did. Okay, so let's turn this up. Memory sounds kind of cool, just going off gut feeling. Let's do that here as well. So let's see. All right, let's increase the decay time on these a little bit. or delay time, feedback, I mean. Let's group these together. So there's gonna be like Vox, main, delay, throws, and then so we'll color this, and then I want to put the chorus on there again. So maybe what I could do is take this synth right here, take both the doubler and the chorus, drop it on here, but really pull back on both of them. I just want a little bit of stereo width on these delays, but not too much. So let me just try the doubler first. That is really nice. Cool. Let's get a little bit more sauce on the vocals. So I'm going to get, hey, can you guess, Echo Boy? Let's do a chain here so we can get the dry and the delay. So, and then delay. All right, let's figure out what is going to sound best. I'm going to do a ping pong just to start off. Now, it's crazy, obviously, when you're moving this stuff around, like how things just click. And so I really like this 16th note ping pong on the memory setting. And let's mix that in a little bit here with the output. Nice. So just EQing into the delay once again, right? So shaping it, I want to get rid of the S's. So I'm just cutting down to like 4K. I'm dipping some of those low mids around 300, just shaping it into the delay once again so the delay doesn't actually like delay the bad stuff. It just delays the good stuff and I don't have to fix the problem post delay. Now this is where it would make sense to sidechain the dry vocal to the delayed vocal. So let's go get the vocal here. It's going to be channel 33. There we go. And we want to do, yeah, pre-effects, that's fine. And then we will compress it. So I'm going to turn off the EQ here. Switching to an RMS detection rather than peak, just so it's smoother. That's really it. Peak, you can see it's just jagging, it's just moving around. I don't need it to move it around that much. I need it more of like a ducking kind of feature, so it just goes down and then and up. I don't need to have it just jumping around frenetically, so. Awesome, and I'm gonna dump this guy on the delay throws as well here. All right, it looks like -20 is a nice even number, which satisfies my OCD-ishness. I'm also going to bounce that vocal with the sidechain delay we have on the synth, so I'm going to drop that on here. Boom. Now let's try the ride. Let's see if we can get a cool ride in here. So, all right, let's go back over to Splice, of course, sticking with the sample pack here. Let's see what we got. So here's the closest thing I've found to a ride so far. See if we can make that work. Maybe this too. All right, don't have a lot of selection here in terms of rides. So we've got that. We got that. And we got that. This one seems the most promising right now. Let's try to mess with it over here in the main section where the vocal and the synth are playing. Let's see which one just kind of instantly works. And then we're gonna have to clean it up a little bit. Let's go. Let's try it. Here we go. So this one definitely works the best. Okay, so what? Okay, man. All right, this is going to be interesting. Let's see. So I think the simplest fix is obviously we don't want to get away in the main hat too much. So if I get this little rack I created, a hat SC rack with the LFO tool, then what that's going to do is just cut away the hat here. Now that sounds crazy, but that won't be that bad in context. Another thing I can do is pull back on the depth here, so it sounds a little more natural. So let's see how that sounds.
Tell me what, friend, oh my, baby, come on.
So that definitely works. Let's gut it. So I'm gonna get an EQ here.
Baby, come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind. Baby, come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow.
Okay. Another thing about that is that the ride is mostly on the sides and the hat is down the middle. So if I do mid-side, just kind of take out the hat. So let's try to find the hat real quick. Let's see. So you hear that punchy hat is right around there. So if I take that out of the middle, I'm mostly getting the hat. Now, we could actually be super sniper about this and use something like neutron or split EQ to really tame the, let's just try it. Let's see. That's kind of nice.
Baby, come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can move.
I'm going to put split EQ before, and then I'm going to just high shelf into a low pass. So just get that air. Like that. Okay, let's see.
Baby, come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I
I wonder if we just put one last thing on it, which is micro shift, just to spread it a little bit more. Let's see.
Baby, come over, we can get. Baby, come over, baby, come over. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on. Baby, come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind. Baby, come over, we can get.
Okay, that seems like a decent level for it.
Baby, come over, we can get low.
Maybe a little bit high, actually.
Baby, come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow.
All right. And in the break, which is where we had an idea right here for it. So the idea was to have that in the break as well.
Baby, come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind. Baby, come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind.
So, okay, that ride actually works in the break there. Obviously, I think we're ready to work in the break, but I think one thing I want to try to do is I like that he has this vocal right here, just priming that listener for the vocal even more. And so I'm going to get the main vocal here and just bring this down right there, and we will do the same thing here. So I'm going to take this, I'm going to boost this across like that.
Baby, come over, we can get low.
So bring down the decay time and also bring this down so it stops. So it stops at the next one. And so duplicate this like that. Okay, now what we need to do is kind of get the edit between the A section and the B section, the A-B edit. So I'm going to get a high pass or an EQ8, drop it on here, boom, like that. So let's go up to 120, right click, show automation, turn it off, and then turn it on right here probably. All right, and then we can take this fill again, although probably not the whole thing. All right, that kind of works just as like a placeholder. And then what I need to do is maybe let's get a reverse reverb into this vocal right here. So I'm just gonna get that first one like that. And let's put, I'm gonna Command J this, then I'm gonna reverse it. And then let's go get a reverb. Let's crank the decay. Let's crank all of this stuff. Make it loud, doesn't really matter because we can just turn it up and down, but whatever. And let's listen to this. Sure. So let's freeze and flatten. Cool. And then what I'm going to do is delete this. I'm going to reverse on this again. So now it's exactly lined up to where it started. And then I can just easily pull back on that. And there we go. So now what I can do is just bring this down like that. Cool. Cool. Awesome. And let's put a reverb on here again, just a 30% or so, and then we'll pop this up to like 20 seconds again. All right, that definitely works. Let's also put this, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create a little bit of a bus here. So I'm gonna do lows bus, and let's just put the high pass right on the lows bus. So I'm gonna route the kick group and the bass to the lows bus right here. Make sure monitor is in. And I'm gonna take the high pass and just drop it right onto the lows bus there. And we can show automation for that. Boom. Okay. And one last thing to kind of make this cooler is we can cut out where that 16th note happens on the drums. We can cut out the kick right there just to give that extra space for that fill, remove the anchor of the track. So that way when the lows come back in, the kick come back in, it's just pretty powerful. And just kind of like now doing some more what I call punks, where we're just kind of putting some punctuation points at the end of the 8 bars. So here I'm just doing a minor version of what's going on right there. So I'm not feeling it that much. Okay, I don't want to get too, I've already gone down the rabbit hole in this freaking video, so whatever. But I don't want to get too deep in the weeds on that yet. let's move into the freaking break. You know, I want to stay in the drop because the drop's sounding cool, but we have to get to the break. So let's see what we got here. One thing we can work on right away is, so in the break, what we could do is you can always divide the break up into break and then obviously build. Okay. And break is, this is just where, you know, you're giving people a break from dancing. And so the build is where you do the proper building things like snare rolls, risers, reverb, all that stuff. All right, so definitely one thing we have to do is get rid of the sidechain on the vocal here. So just like what we did on the synths, I'm going to pop this sidechain into here just so I can automate the on-off of this guy. And so let's turn this off. Yeah, we want to turn this off over here. So just like that. Cool.
Baby, come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can.
All right. And then what we can also do is low pass up the synths. So I'm going to get a low pass filter and we'll just kind of low pass it up. So maybe we can like automate this over time. So let's see, where's the synth? Cool, like this. And then I'm going to record.
Baby, come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind. Baby, come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind.
So I just recorded that in, and what we could do is go like this, and then simplify the envelope. So I'm just going to go across. Let's go to simplify envelope, just like that, and then we can just address this a little bit more. So keep this open, close it down, kind of move that over, open that up a little bit more. Not sure why this didn't go up, but let's go up here. Cool. This can come down a little bit, right? We don't need it that open right there, but we can keep it open like that. And then it starts to open up, or it should start opening up over time, right? Let's see, we can pop this guy up a little bit more, maybe bring it down. Starts to open, close again. Come on, where does it start? Okay, starts right there, right? It starts right here where it starts to open up. So there we go. So something like that. All right, so just get a little bit of weird automation going on.
Baby, just come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind. Baby, just come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind.
Okay, but there's a couple building things we could do. So for example, with this ride, I could get a reverb and I can kind of high pass out. I made it short on this one time. I love this trick. So if I just pull it all the way down, go up 2, let's just turn off the high and kind of decay and boost this. And then I can just dry wet this so it basically turns into just white noise. So watch this.
Baby, just come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind.
All right, I don't like the spillover, so but we can kind of turn it into a white noise blanket. So I'll just kind of increase this throughout the break like that, and then we'll just turn it off. Okay, so
Tell me what's on your mind.
all right, so that, and then another thing we do is grow the, maybe we can grow the vocal a little bit. So by grow, I just simply mean reverb. So I'm going to get Valhalla Shimmer. Okay, cool. And then what we can do is just dry wet that on the vocal.
Tell me what's on your mind.
Okay, so let's just automate this.
We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind. Baby, just come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind. Baby, just come over, we can get low. We don't need to rush it, we can move.
Cool. That's nice. Let's give it. See, man, that's why you gotta listen out of the break and into the drops. Like, I feel like there's a better way to go about these drops right here. Where tell me what is on your mind. I feel like we should have these at the 8. See, and that's why like producers can get really stuck when they reference tracks because they're gonna go 1-to-1 on it. So one of the things I did is I went to this entry vocal and then the P4 vocal here based on his track. But what I'm feeling now is, dude, just take this stuff and then just put it at the 8s. Like, it's the simplest shit in the world. Like, where most of the time you're gonna have that vocal hitting the 8 bar marks just at the end as like an edit. And that just feels way better than me than what I have right there. But simple fix, like I think we can keep it swampy like this, and we just got to move this down here like that. Just curious to see what it sounds like. And then it changes almost the title of the entire track was what's on your mind or whatever. So the only thing we don't get is the is what's it called, the delays here. So I'm gonna mute the delay channel there. So but yeah, we can use the delays. So what I can do is I could just, especially on this one, so I could have that what's on your mind delay out over there. And that's perfect because then it creates like that lift through the second 8 bars of mind. And that's awesome. But not have the delay on mind here. That way the synth can just come in strong. The synth and the groove can just come in strong. But then have this swampy vocal at the 8 bar mark. Have that what's on your mind delay out over this as like a lift and almost like a transition to what's going to be going on over here. So I really like those moves way better. And that is because I had the context of going out of the break and feeling just what was going to feel right. This did not feel right. This does feel right. Okay, I know it. Okay, let's see. Okay, so let's bring this back here. We'll just move this back like that. Cool. All right, now I think I turned it off, so let's turn it back on. Okay, so that's the decay time. Let's move this back, of course, here. I guess this one doesn't matter at all. So we'll just go like this. So now that needs to change delay time, obviously, right? Because we're delaying just mind. So that's got to be a quarter note. Mind, mind, mind. Okay, so maybe we could do a little bit of an edit here too. So let's see. So I do like that snare thing right there. So I'm going to actually put this over here because if I have something at the halfway mark between the A section, I want to have that same thing at the halfway mark between the B section, just to get that symmetry. A little bit of signposting, letting people know where they are in the track. So this is going to be filled. Okay, so let's go like this. Boom. All right, cool. So.
Tell me what's on your mind.
All right, so we've got some reverb on the vocal. We got some reverb on the ride. We've got a snare roll. We can also do something with the synth right here, just to make the synth a little bit chaotic before it lands secure into the drop. So
We don't need to rush it, we can move slow.
I think the most straightforward thing to do on this synth is to put a high pass on it. And so let's put a high pass on it, knock it up, so that way when it lands in the drop, those low mids are going to warm us up. And so let's once again kind of automate this, see how it feels. Yeah, let's just see how it feels.
We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind.
Yep.
We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind.
Okay, sick. So let's go up to about 300, it seems like. So I'm just doing that on my little launch keyboard thingy. So 300. And then I also want to resonate. I want to get some resonance up there. I want you to really feel that synth come up. So we'll do something similar here.
We don't need to.
You know what? Just to be more educational about it, what I could do is I can map this to the macro knob, change the mapping of this, and so go from 0 to let's go up to 30. So that way at the peak of the high pass is the peak of the resonance. So that way both of them can be controlled by this one macro. Let's see how that sounds.
Tell me what's on your mind. We don't need to.
So I think we can go a little bit higher here, maybe 40.
We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind.
Oh, I see what's going on, is we're not actually going to the peak value here. Okay, well, let's do that. Let's actually move this to the peak value and change the mapping on the frequency to 300. So now at the peak value of this high pass, we're gonna hit 300 hertz on the filter and we're gonna hit 40% on the resonance. So let's hear what that sounds
We
like.
don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind.
All right, I think I just gotta soften it. So let's go back down to, I'm gonna go up higher to 500 I mean, and then go up to 20 on the
We
resonance.
don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind.
All right, I like that. Okay.
We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind. Tell me what's on your mind.
I forgot this. Forgot to put this over here, but that is pretty good. I like that a lot. Okay, so we'll bring this down on your mind. It doesn't really matter actually. We'll have it go all the way across. Have that mine go all the way across, even over this one, even though it's going to be barely audible. We'll just have it go all the way out, and then let's see what happens with this going into the next section.
Tell me what's on your mind. Baby, come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your
All right, that's gonna need to get cleaned up a little bit, but let's see.
Baby, just come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind. Baby, just come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind.
Okay, that's cool. I think what we need to do is a couple more things. I'm gonna start this high passing a little bit earlier.
We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind.
I'm gonna bring down the filter. That's a little bit too high. Let's go up to like 400.
We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind. Rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind.
Okay, maybe we can go like this.
Tell me what's on your mind.
All right, something like that. Just to hold that reverb on mind for a little bit longer.
We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind.
Okay, now I'm taking cues from the reference because I'm gonna just chop it at mind, just like what he's kind of doing in this, where things just stop right there. I like that idea. Just doing it in a way that makes sense with this track, and just in a way that helps me actually build more tension, right? I'm not copying him. If I copied him, maybe it wouldn't make sense. So I'm trying to apply the idea in a way that makes sense for this track, which is cutting those drums right when she says mine, letting that reverb tail go, and letting that snare take over in terms of the tension.
Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind.
All right, cool. So a couple more things is I'm thinking that I want to do a little bit of delay on the vocal, a little bit of growing on the delay, and delay on the synth. Delay on the vocal down the middle, creating a little bit of instability in the rhythm. Same with the synth, but I want a little bit of chaos on the side. So I'm going to do a little bit of more of a ping pong type of thing going over here. So you're going to have this one. What is this doing? So this is ping pong. I wonder if I just increase the level on this, although this one is kind of, this is not what I think I want to use. I think I'm going to create a new one that's just specifically for the, what's it called, the builds. So where do we need to go? So I'm going to do, I'm going to rename this build delay. Let's do this. So here on the Echo Boy, we are going to come right to the end and try to get some kind of unstable sounding delay going on. Mid-rangey, fast.
We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind.
So something like that. And then like just something weird. And then let's just get some gain automation on here. And in this case, I'm not too concerned about like the mix or going high passing into here, because it's just the build. I want it to be weird. I want it to be chaotic. And so I'm not going to be too precious about the mixing, because I want this to just be like messy, you know? So
We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your.
but I do want to see if I can bring out some more of the kind of upper mids here.
Baby, just come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind. Baby, just come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can. Baby, just come over, we can get. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind. We don't need
Maybe I will do a little bit of high passing
We
here.
don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on.
Oh my god, frickin' it wasn't on, the mix was down. Dang it. Alright, whatever. Okay.
We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me we don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind. We don't need to rush it. Baby, just come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind.
Alright, so those little sprinkles that happen on the side just create that weird stereo instability. So as soon as we land in the drop, that stereo instability is going to get resolved to stability in the synth. So check it.
We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind.
Alright, sick. That's cool. And then what we can do is, okay, get some delay on the vocal. So let's try that.
Baby, just come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in you.
Alright, so same as the reverb is I want to do this as an insert. So that way I can push the vocal back. Yeah, that's what I want to do. And I want to do the delay into the reverb so that the reverb obviously gets the shimmery delay. So let's just kind of put this mix up at like 50%. And so technically 63.5 here when you're using the macros, but let's increase this. I want it to be normal down the line, right? So we have that wide stereo delay on the synth, but I want it down the middle kind of delay on the vocal here.
Baby, just come over, we can get low.
Exactly like that. That's just way too loud.
Baby, just come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind.
There you go. So I think we're just going to go right from 0 to 50. I mean, that's it. So right around here, just go right up to 50 and then bring it back down for the drop. Just so it goes out and then it comes back in and we move from wet to dry, from back to front, just as we approach that drop. So let's go to 63.5.
Tell me what's on your mind.
Okay, so man, are we close. That sounds pretty cool. We need to kind of listen over here, but the break is pretty simple, right? It's just we got a couple drums and we just got to play the vocal, and then we're going to have that synth creeping underneath it. And then in the build, that's where we're going to lift the low pass on the synth. We're going to get some delay going on the synth. We're going to get some high pass on the synth. We're going to get some delay and reverb on the vocal. We've got some reverb on the ride. Everything just creating that kind of tension. Really growing the space is the tool that I'm using to build tension here. Plus some kind of rhythmic instability with the delays to just create that chaos, that instability before, boom, you explode into the order of the drop. All right, so chaos order, right? So here we go.
We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind.
Okay, all right. Last thing we need to polish this is a crash. So I really hope he's got some crashes. Let's see. Let's grab this guy. Okay, there we go. So this is 127. Did it pick it up? Absolutely not. So let's just go to, I guess we'll try beats for now. This is going to be 127. There we go. Okay, let's turn this way down. Interesting. Okay, let's see if there's any other crashes, but that's feeling about right. Okay, get that one. Maybe we can have a couple different crashes. Let's just see which one feels right. So I'm just gonna turn warp off on this. No need to warp that guy. Let's see. Now, the cool thing about this one shot, now it doesn't have the delays, it's easy to kind of pitch a ride around. So for example, if I pop this into simpler, I can go to the pitch envelope. And then once I'm in the pitch envelope, I'm going to go to decay 1, pitch plus or minus 3 like that. And then I can move this around. Oh gosh, I don't have a MIDI clip. I was like, what's going on? You can't hear that. So here we go. And then we'll legato this, and there we go. So we can turn this off, -6 maybe. Okay, there you go. You can hear the pitch change. So I'll bring this back up, and then we can really find the quote-unquote pitch. Of course, that doesn't make any sense because a ride doesn't have a pitch. But we can kind of move it up and down in the frequency spectrum to see where it just feels most natural. So we can decide between brighter or darker. So here's brighter. Here's darker. Jeez, that's a tough call. But since this is a deeper track, I'm feeling that darker might be better. Let's see. That'll sound good though.
We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind. What's on your mind?
So this is going to be a little bit annoying, but I'm just going to cycle around and just see if I can find it this way. Like, so right around there, about minus, just feels like it's at home a little bit. So let's see if that feels right coming out of here.
We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind.
Awesome. And then we can put our own delay on there. You can see that the delay on this is just a eighth note. So ping pong. So left, right on the eighth notes. We can also do that too. Just delay. We can use Ableton's delay. Why not? We'll just throw it on a ping pong, just like that. We'll throw it on eighth note. Just in case you don't know, these numbers here are 16th notes. So this will be a 16th note delay. This is 2 16th note delay, 3 16th note delay, 4 16th note delay. So of course, 2 16th note delay is an eighth note. So let's maybe I'll just cut the kick under that snare roll right here. Just this last one. Just go like this. Same with this guy right here. So we'll just go like this. So just not a dramatic edit. I feel like that high pass is too dramatic.
Tell me what's on your mind.
And of course, if I do that there, I'm gonna do that also over here. So I'm just gonna duplicate that, and there we go. Okay, so here's an idea. So I'm gonna do a low pass filter on this guy to kind of like filter him down, and then have this reverse reverb filter up. So box reverse. So let's go like that, and then so on this one, let's get low pass. So just moving it down linear like that seems pretty good. So I'll just go like this, and then we'll go down to 500 right there. So 500, and then I'm also gonna automate the resonance up so I don't get too many crazy tops going through the top part. So let's go up to 30 right there, and sweet. So let's do that. Let's turn down the reverb on this. All right, there's a little bit of clashing going on with some of the percussion here. So this little guy right here is getting in the way of the main of that fill. This is coming up here, and then what I'm gonna do is just mute these percussions right here when that snare is in full, and when, also let's cut the kick right here. So we'll go like this. Again, just cutting it underneath the roll. That's cool. Okay, I think I gotta go a little bit higher on the reverb. This is all just, right, automation. Okay, next is getting an EQ on this guy. Okay, and let's just automate that down right here, just like that. Have that open up. Okay, another thing is let's have a kind of a reverb splash on the baby. Just another point of emphasis, another accent, just to make that vocal come in powerful. So we'll just reuse the shimmer. So where is shimmer? Here we are. Just get it shimmering over the top. So we're gonna do we'll do Vox entry bomb. Bomb is just where you have it explode over the top. I wonder if YouTube watch out for words like that. I should probably avoid using those words. So, I don't know. Throw. Why not? So, I'm going to delete automation, pop this guy up, just like that. So I like that. It's similar to what the reverb was doing here, which I turned off, but this was the reverb that was on the reverse reverb, and sometimes I like to let that spill over a little bit more. So you reverse a reverb and then you put another reverb on it. But in this case, what was happening is I probably the reverb was kind of ducking down in terms of level, in terms of frequencies and stuff, but when I put it on this entry point, then boom, we're getting the full-on effect of that reverb right here, and it's shimmering out from the top and going down from the bottom. So I don't know how else to put that. let's just get some of the tops in there, just mostly the mid-range. Nah, the whole thing. That just sounds great with the whole thing. Okay, so that's cool. All right, let's kind of listen across now. Let's check it. Okay, so that transition needs to be ironed out, right? It's not that the transition is bad. All I'm doing is just going from groove to hooks and some tops. And so there's nothing bad about this. It's doing exactly what needs to happen here, which again is the vocals introduced, the synth is introduced with the low pass. So there's nothing bad about that. It's just about fleshing that out, smoothing out that arrangement, ironing it out, all right? So what can I do? Well, like in the case that you're not, you don't know what to do, right? You can't listen to your gut. You can't listen to your intuition. What do? You listen with your ears, right? You go to tracks and you listen to what they do, and you see if you can get inspired by what's going on in those tracks. So for example, man, this top track, I just have no idea what's going on in the arrangement. So we'll go over here. Let's check this out. Okay, so what did he do there? How did he go from here to here, right? Basically a crash, and that could work. So we have a crash. Maybe I can make it that simple. Here we go.
Baby, come over, we can get.
Wait a minute. Is that the crash? Wow, that sounds weird in this context. Okay, so let's see. Okay, one thing I could do is I could take the edit that we have over here. This edit that happens right here, right? That's gonna ultimately work over here because people have heard this kind of drum fill going into the drop. And so the fact that I'm gonna take this drum fill and use it as like edits throughout the drop here, that's gonna work. But I could even like kind of just make that work over here. Right? I can get all that similar stuff going on over here. So another aspect of what I'm doing in the drops over there is cutting the kick. So I'll cut it at the group level here. Hold up. Why is that not getting cut? There we go. Cool. So here we go. And right away, that works a million times better, even when we do a simple edit like that. So here we have this reverby thing. Let's see what else. Okay, now I know I do something with the percussion. I thought that I did, right? Like I took this clap right here and switched it. So I'm going to consolidate this guy right here, and I'm going to color him white just so I know he's different. And I'm going to spread it across, make sure that loop is on. Okay, let's see. So I'm going to bring this over here. That's really cool. It is a little bit abrupt going to that vocal, so I am really tempted to do to take a reverse reverb, and maybe I will. Let's see, and maybe I'll take that vocal bomb entry right here and just put it right there. So let's see if this helps. Maybe we can have some weird things going on with it, so panning. And maybe what I'll do is I'll just kind of increase the rate and the amount. Maybe I'll have the amount go down kind of towards the end, like this. And then the rate we can maybe increase over time. I have no idea what these values are, by the way. I'm just preliminarily drawing it, and then I'll adjust them as I listen. Okay, let's get that amount up. and maybe kind of bring it down like this.
Baby, come on. Baby, baby, come over, we can get low. Stop. Oh, baby, come over, we can get. Baby, come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can. Baby, come over, we can get low. Stop. Baby, come over, we can get low. Stop over.
Okay, I want that to drop even more into nothing, kind of. Keep the rhythm going. So one of the things that you want to do in breaks is you want to, the two most important things you want to do is, well, I guess three. So give them a break, right? That means take the low end away in some way. Easiest way to do it, high pass it. The way that we're doing it here, following kind of the reference inspiration, is just the kick and bass are gone. They're not there, right? That's the easy way to take away the low end. Okay, so give them a break. Keep the groove alive in some way. And so what I'm doing is we're just keeping this tops going right here. Okay, just shortening it down a little bit, just tightening it. And then introduce the main thing. And so that's what we're doing, is we're bringing this main thing in right away.
Baby, come over, we can get low. Stop over.
But I really want that emphasis to be on the vocal, so I'm gonna actually low pass this down a little bit more. Do I not have the low pass filter? I'm gonna have to bring it down a little bit. So let's try this. Hey, that seems to be working. I like that.
Baby, come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can move.
And also, why use one low pass when you can use two low passes?
Baby, come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes.
So keeping it really low for that first part. Okay, here we go.
Baby, come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind. Baby, come over, we can get low. Stop.
Okay, let's bring over our little things which aren't even on. Okay, so let's go over here, copy these guys.
Baby, come over, we can get low. Stop. Oh, baby, come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes.
Okay, too much top end in there, so I'm just gonna shelf it with a shelf.
We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what.
Okay, obviously that's extreme, so I'm just gonna bring this down.
Baby, come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind. Baby, come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes.
I don't know if I want Valhalla Shimmer. I want like a darker reverb on these guys. So, you know what? Maybe I'll just make it really easy on myself and just use Ableton's. So let's get Ableton's reverb here. And I just want a little bit of reverb on these delays here.
Get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what, get low. Stop, oh, get low. Stop over, get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind. Baby, just come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind.
Putting the drums in. I'm thinking that could be a cool move. putting the top like so what that means is we need to create a bus here. So I'm gonna do like number drums bus, and then we will okay, let's move all these guys to the drums bus, which is 21. Input in, there we go, and then we could just bring over the drums that we need. So we have the tops hat. What else is there? Wide shaker. I don't know. Let's see.
Babies, come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush. Babies, come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see. Babies, come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes.
All right, so another thing I'm gonna do is duplicate this tops hat thing. And this is going to be, I'm going to separate this into a break version and then a not break version. So this will be tops hat drop. And I'm going to delete that. And we'll get rid of this and this. Because I want this guy needs to go to the master. So we'll have him come down with a ride actually. We already have a crash, so we can get rid of that. And then, let's see.
Babies, come over, we can get low. What's on your mind? Babies, come on.
And maybe we can get the kick in here too. So high pass it, of course. So let's get the lows automation here and pop this up like that. I'm just gonna go over here so the envelope doesn't just immediately turn on when the kick does, but there's a nice little gap right there. Also, I'm going to cut this early because I don't want there to be a stupid click right there. So,
Babies, come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking.
So what we could do is we'll do a high pass on the kick, on the lows bus. Let me see. So lows bus here. Might as well do it on the lows bus. So we'll turn on the high pass here. And I'm going to turn both of these on a little bit early, just like that. And let's turn this guy off over here as well. Cool. Just going to draw in a little point there to satisfy my OCD. Okay.
Babies, come over.
Okay, and then we'll have it kind of come.
Babies, come over, we can get low.
So we'll start it up at 500. And why 500? Because I lifted it up and it sounded good right there. So I'm going to do 500. And then I'm going to bring this down like that. Cool.
Babies, come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind. Babies, come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind. Babies, come over, we can get low.
So here the snare roll comes in, and that's where I'm thinking this kick should cut. And then, but what we can do is we can kind of prime that. Do I have an LFO on this? Oh, shit. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to freeze this track. Probably a little bit overkill what I'm about to do. But I'm going to freeze that kick and bring down the audio on it to a new channel. And so let's mute this kick. So I'm going to do number kick BIP for bounce in place. And there we go. And let's make sure it's going to the group. It is good. And so we can just bring down this kick audio like that. Cool. And what I want to do right here is just duplicate this across. So we're going to do 8th note kicks. The reason why I couldn't do it on this is because the LFO tool right there would prevent it from, what's it called? It would prevent it from allowing me to double it. So.
We don't need to rush, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind. Babies, come over, we can get low.
All right. Next, we need to put a low pass on the clap here, or on the drums bus. Good Lord, I'm just...
Babies, come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes.
So same thing. Let's just start it off at 500. 500, 1000. Those are all just great starting points. So, and we'll just lift that up all the way up. And then another thing is we might as well high pass it. High pass filter here, and I'll just go beforehand. And on both of these guys, let's just turn this on where we need it. And I'm just going to link them together. So in this case, I can just simply turn both of these on because there's not really any other place in the track that I want to kind of high pass and low pass. But there are other tricks that we can do that kind of mimic high pass and low pass, like using the channel EQ, which is one of my favorite things. But for now, let's see. So with a high pass, let's see where we can get away with it.
Come over, we can get low.
So it looks around like 300 is a good starting point. Anything above that for me was just gonna take it away. So let's go 300. I'm gonna bring this down. And same with this, let's bring this up. Okay, let's see.
Mind, baby, just come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow.
So I'm not sure if I really like that double kick. One additional thing, let me see real quick.
Baby, just come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind. Baby, just come over, we can get low.
Okay, here's something that I might want to do. So right now, I am using the forward transient mode to shorten this down. Okay, what if I want to let in those tops as it develops? So rather than using the forward transient mode here, I could use an LFO tool. So watch, LFO tool, and let's go 16th note rhythm. And so watch this.
Baby, just come over, we can get low.
I don't know why I have that depth on 0, but
Baby, just come over, we can get.
hear that? Okay, so maybe I can open it up a little bit. Let's see. Okay, so let's see what that sounds like.
Baby, just come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's up.
Okay, so there's that, and let's go back over here to 40. What's the difference?
Baby, just come over, we can get.
Okay, so that
Baby, just come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see.
Okay, another thing we do is get the channel EQ. And so where's the channel EQ? Actually, I type in HPLP. There we go. HPLP.
Baby, just come over, we can.
Bring down the high gain like -3.
Baby, just come over, we can get low.
Bring it down a little bit more because I want to get it behind the vocal, -4.
Baby, just come over, we can get low. Stop over.
There you go, -5 it is. It sounds really good right there. So now let's just bring this up over time, right like that, okay? Then at the same time, I'll bring down the LFO tool depth as we approach the drop right here. So we'll just get more and more of the full loop coming in. So check it out, watch.
Baby, just come over, we can get low.
I'll turn off the vocal, and something I love doing is just listening to the groove story of the track by itself. So right now we are, I turn off the vocal. Let's turn off the synth too and just listen to how the drums themselves develop and kind of tweak that. So I was thinking of muting right here, just at the snare on the synth, just to make it really impactful when it comes in.
We don't need to rush it,
Cool. And so that means we're going to have to redo this automation. Let's have everything just build up to the top here. And actually, same with this. We can have it all max out at the last phrase. All like that. There we go, actually. And I'm thinking we can even raise that high pass even more. So if I come over to the high pass. Okay, let's go higher, 500. All right, so we're going up to 600, just gutting it right at before it comes back in. So, okay, that's cool. Let's check the payoff moment here from back here.
Baby, just come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind.
Okay, cool. So that's that. We're getting closer. So let's see what else we could do. Okay.
Baby, just come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow.
So it sounds like the vocals are messed up. Is this on beats mode? Yes, it is. Good Lord. Okay.
Baby, just come over, we can get low.
All right. Let's also adjust the timing on these vocals. So, all right. So if I come in here, turn off loop, okay, and we'll just commit. Okay. There we go. Committing. And then let's just get these vocals on time. So I'm going to put a warp marker kind of at the end of each of these guys, just so like the warping won't get too much across the board. There. And then I can warp kind of phrase by phrase without affecting the other phrases too much. So there we go. Baby starts right on. Okay. And we'll change that too, by the way. Or maybe what I can do instead is just get these guys lined up so I can delete that one. There we go. That probably makes more sense, doesn't it? Move this guy over. It's good enough. Like, don't need to be too crazy about this. Probably good enough. Okay, cool. So there we go. And then I'll get this guy lined up too. Okay. So that means this guy could probably go. Not too worried about it. Okay, so let's get this. All right, let's go phrase by phrase.
Baby, just come over, we can get low.
So get, that's got to be right on there. There.
Baby, just come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes.
Maybe I could just get this little spike right there on beat like that.
Stop overthinking, I can see in.
C, we could put the vowel on there because this is C, so we can put the vowel on time. Okay.
Stop overthinking, I can.
That's probably fine.
Overthinking, I can see.
I is a little bit. Let's see if we can. Let's see. Okay, if we can get this a little bit better.
Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes.
Okay, maybe get this little spiky guy on time, just so there's not these weird spikes before the beat.
Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow.
Slow, slow, slow. I don't know how she's trying to phrase that. Let me see.
Need to rush it, we don't need to rush.
Is the 2 supposed to be on? Let's see. Should it be on the offbeat here? Let's see.
We don't need to rush it, we don't need to rush it, we can move.
Let's maybe put this on time. Just the little spiky part. Just like that. Okay.
We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's
Okay, this can definitely go on time. Tell me
what's on your Tell me what's on your mind.
What's on should be on. Maybe I can just try to stick to the beats here.
Baby, just come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind.
Oh God, that sounds horrible back there. I think it was because when I warped it earlier. Let me see.
Tell me what's on your mind.
Oh, that's why. Let's put it back to complex for crying.
Tell me what's on your.
There we go. Jeez.
We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your.
What's on? That should be on. It should be on. She says on. It should be on.
Tell me what's on your mind.
That's probably good enough, but if I want to be really picky, I could go like that.
Tell me what's on your mind. Baby, just come over, we can get low. Baby, just come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can say, baby, just come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can, baby, just come over, we can get low. Stop, baby, just come over, we can get low.
Okay.
Baby, just come over, we can get low.
So it's a little bit late on there. So there's a lot of l before the vowel.
Baby, just come over, we can get low.
Doesn't feel natural.
Baby, just come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can.
You can see that almost all of this is just on the beats or the off beats, and I'm just getting the ones that are just should so obviously be on the beats or on the off beats.
Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow.
Maybe that should go on. This could probably go on. Let's see.
We don't need to rush it, we.
Now it feels rushed, you know.
We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind.
Probably another thing we could do here is put auto-tune on this channel. And then what we want to do is set it to C sharp minor. C. So all these little things are just, all the fun stuff was in the beginning. These are just the details that just are kind of laborious maybe, but necessary.
Baby, just come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind. Baby, just come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind.
So this is fixed in its timing. So let's move this over to here just like that. All right, cool. Like I think it's pretty close. Let's give it another once over here. We had to deal with this transition and then this transition. Might want to look at this transition one more time, and then just do a little bit of mixing on it. But let's check it out.
Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind. Baby, just come over, we can get low. Baby, just come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can tell me what's on your mind. Baby, just come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind.
Okay, cool. So here the tops are coming up like this. So
Tell me what's on your mind.
I want to just bring them down at the end here so that when we pop into here, it explodes in both the top end and the bottom end. Since the LFO tool is coming down through this part, it's letting more and more highs through. But through here, what I want to do is bring that low pass. It's not a low pass, more of a shelf and a low pass. But I want to bring that shelf down. And I'm talking about this guy right here. So bring that down here. That way when we explode into the drums, again, we're going to get that top end lift. So really subtle, but...
We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind. Tell me what's on your
So same kind of thing on the drums here. What we can do is I can get one of those filters here and I could just bring down the top end just a little bit through the edit here. So right there as that's the drums getting its edit, I can also bring these guys down, pop it like this. So maybe -3. Let's see.
Tell me what's on your Baby, come over, we can get. Tell me what's on your Baby, come over.
That's a little too noticeable, so let's try 3.
Tell me what's on your Baby, come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it.
Okay, cool. So what I would do here, I'm gonna leave it just like this. But what you would do is I would probably start transitioning to the next part here. So this could be an outro, or it could be the main break and build. So this would be the first break. This would be like the next bigger break. And so here I would need to start transitioning to that section. I would need to start transitioning, you know, I could low pass down the vocal. I don't think I would really want to do that here, but I could, let's see. We could maybe do a little bit of reverb automation or delay automation. We've got a lot of automation available to us, a lot of automation options. So here we have the verb. So I wonder if we just like...
Come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind.
So that's pretty cool. That works. Okay, so I think, so I have this little rule. I'm not sure if I've already mentioned it, but the 80% rule for myself. And that's like when you get 80% of the way, just move on to the next stage. So I feel like I'm at 80%. Anything I do here, maybe 90%, anything I do is just going to be just these little tiny tweaks. So next what I want to do is just go ahead and just mix this a little bit, get it just a little bit more polished. And once it's just, man, now it's like 95% there. The arrangement's almost done. The mix is almost done. It's almost ready for mastering. Just give it like a cycle through and just get those extra little finishing touches going and then do a little bit of mastering. All right, so if we're gonna do some mixing, let's start at the climax when everything is in there. So let's check it. We're gonna start with the kick. Okay. And I just wanna look at it so far. Looks good. We got the clipper on there. And then if I look down here, okay, we got the kick hitting above -6 down here in the low end, just hitting right at just about G. So that's perfect. All right, let's bring in the bass here. Okay, now what I want to do is I want to look at the lows bus here and let's see if it is clipping. So let's put an LFO tool on here, the lows bus, so we can monitor it. You can see there's a little bit of this jumpiness down here. I think what we can do is just limit that. So if I get the LFO tool and I put it on the, because the bass looks pretty good down there, and okay, that's unnecessary. And maybe that's actually coming from the fact that I have this all kind of chopped up. Let's just see. Maybe. Let's see. If we put this here, move it over, does that fix it? Probably not, because we still have the waveform starting. Ah, that helps. Okay, let's see if there's any other clickies. Doesn't really matter though, because click is not what's causing this spike. So, but I guess we could just clean it up a little bit. Just go like that. Okay, let's move this out like that. Okay, so no clickies there. So I'm gonna put a filter on there, and so now we can Command J this guy, and so there will be no clicks. So we need another color. Might as well color it yellow there. And now we fixed the clickiness of the bass line. Not that it was a big deal whatsoever. Okay, so I'm gonna turn this on to loop. We'll just go like this. Whoop-ah, as Chandler says. And then I'll bring this over here. Whoop-ah, just like that. Okay, there we go. Okay, so bass is done. A little bit of house cleaning. Ah, all right, cool. Okay, so again, looking at this. So what we could do is just limit that a little bit. So I'm gonna get Ableton's limiter like this guy, and this is gonna sound crazy, but we're gonna do it anyway. Just a little bit of limiting there. Let's do another one down to 2. There we go. So controlling that. Now if I look down here with the kick and the bass here, okay, we've got the kick hitting over 6. We've got the bass harmonic sitting over -6. If we look at the reference tracks, let's go to this one, for example. Same thing. They're bouncing over 6. So almost in identical spots. And so there we go. Awesome. If anything, maybe we can even give a little tiny bit of a boost to this guy and to both of these harmonics right here. So here we have 69 and then we have 110. So let's just give a small freaking boost to 69, and then we also have 110. What's this guy? Let's get rid of this guy. Cool. So I'm gonna go super narrow on this. It's gonna add a little post ringing, but that's okay. And And there you go, just a little bit of boost. So now if I come over here, we'll see that the bass is just a little bit louder. Beautiful. All right, cool. Okay, this is hitting the limiter a little bit too much. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do a 0.5 ceiling, and then a -1 ceiling, and then a -2 ceiling. All right, I'm gonna even hit it lower. So it looks like this is pushing it over 0. So I'm gonna set the limiter at 0, -1, -2. So just bringing it down in very gentle stages. All right, cool. And so if we come back over to we just solo the lows bus here. And one thing we can do, actually, and the mix is pretty good. Like, I don't think it's going to change too much, but we can export. I'm going to export this. So we'll export this little track right here as 2-flow. Sure, we'll export this as 2-flow. And then I'm going to bring it back into the project just so we have like a mixing reference, so we can see if we're actually improving. Again, it sounds pretty good, so there's not too many things that I feel we're not gonna do anything earth-shattering, right? Nothing earth-shattering. Like just a tiny bit of optimization, focusing on the most important sounds. And as soon as this is done, I'm going to create a new channel up here. And I'm going to drop in the mix reference and key map it. So we can see this is, I'm going to call this track PREV for previous. All right, so moving along. So now we've got our mix references, which is the Darius tracks, and we've got our previous mix. So you can almost think of it as the rough mix. And now we're just going to make these small little tweaks. So we've got the kick, we've got the bass. These are both going to go to, I'm going to delete these other basses. Let me see what this stuff is. I think I remember liking these, but I never ended up using them because I liked what we came up with. So I'm going to move this to the lows bus. Both are going to the lows bus. Awesome. And so on the lows bus, let's see. So I don't think we really need to do anything here yet, or at all, because it just looks good. Like the kick is hitting. It's the 16th note of the bass, which would play right here, isn't doing anything. The bass looks good right there. When we check the spectrum analyzer, it looks good. And so there's not much that we need to do right there. So let's solo the lows bus. Next, we'll bring in this the hats. So for me, one of the most important things is the kick and the hat, because as much as the kick-bass relationship is important, the kick-hat relationship is just as important. It's the counter punch, right? The kick is the punch, the hat is the counter punch. So I want that to sound really good too. And it does, because we just dragged in a good sounding loop, right? Like, who would have thought? So... All right, so I want to see, let's see how Darius's tracks are hitting in the top end. So I'm going to solo this guy, and I'm going to turn on the high pass on the master, which is feeding the LFO tool. So super quiet there. I'm going to just get the phase in line with the LFO tool. Lows bus, okay, cool. And then hat, there we go. Okay, so if I check out his, right, if we go over to his right here. Okay, what about this track? Okay, wait, let's actually go to a drop part, and let's actually line up the freaking drops to... Is there a melodic section of this track? No. But there is that vocal part. All right, we'll just use this. That's fine. Okay, so. All right, but if we look, we can just kind of set that hat value. Right around there is where his hats are hitting. That one's even quieter. And then what about this track up top here, which has the perplexing arrangement? Let's see. More of techno sound too. Okay, but there you go. That's where that's sitting. So, okay, cool. Okay, let me just listen. All right, I'm thinking about just doing some EQ on this here. And just, let's put this after the kickstart. And so, just taking out a little bit of mid-range on this. All right, next up, maybe we'll do a little bit of mid-side EQ, so mid-side mode. On the sides, just give a little bit of a push. Right at the kind of the peak of the hat, so I'm gonna go pretty wide on the Q here. I just want really broad strokes. So without this, okay. All right. So if I solo the lows bus and the hats, and I'm going to take the high pass off on the master. So let's bring in the clap. So something I like to do is group the hat and the clap. Sometimes I'll even group the clap and the kick. I've been doing that more and more lately. So let's, you know what? Grouping the kick and the clap, and we'll go over this another time in case there's not other videos on this. But grouping the kick and the clap is really just to make things as loud as possible. But Darius's track, especially the first one up here, is not trying to be as loud as possible. And so I'm just going to treat these guys. So I'm going to treat the clap and a hat together, which is much more of my standard way of doing it. But if I go like, I call this the basic bus. So the basic, what's it called? The basic kind of, oh, geez, what am I trying to say? The basic beat is just kick, clap, hat. So I'm going to send this to bus 20 here, just like that. Let's turn this on. Basic bus has to go to bus 19, which is the drums. And so this is the basic beat, kick, clap, hat. Obviously the kick is up here with the lows bus, so the remaining two sounds are the clap and the hat. And so what we'll do is solo the basic bus with the lows bus. So now we have what would be, I would call like the basic groove. Kick, clap, hat, bass. But let's make, I don't know why the clap isn't playing. So it's going to the basic bus. Oh, because these guys are not going to the clap group. So clap group, there we go. Okay, so on this basic bus, I'm just gonna do a little bit of what I call leveling. And that is just gonna be putting a ceiling on the sound and a little bit of saturation. So you can see that clap is getting hit pretty hard. What I'm going to do is I'm going to soft clip this, and I'm going to do plus I'm going to do -2. I'm going to do +2 on the drive, -2 on the output. So you can see it just cuts that off right there. Now, if I drive into this, it's going to keep it at that -2 ceiling, but I'm going to get a little bit more out of it. I don't want to get too much out of this because, again, his hats aren't that loud. So before, after, you almost can't tell a difference, right? But it's just a little bit, Okay. All right, next what we can do is I'm gonna start bringing in the vocal here. And just like before, you can see the limiter on this vocal just like that. We've got the sidechain compression. We've got all the production automation going on. I'm gonna do a little bit more work here in the low mids. Let's just hit it a little bit harder, a little bit wider. You have some other spikes in there, so I'm just gonna get another Pro Q, and what we'll do is just, oh shit, did I? Okay, cool. Let's just go after those guys, so. All right, so same as before, just gonna start bringing down some of these guys. All right, and so same thing as before, just gonna go like this, bring this up. So before, I want to give it a little bit more sparkle and presence in the upper mids, and a really great plugin for that is Ozone's 11's Clarity. And so, but what this basically does is it basically will try to knock the vocal or whatever you run through it to a noise curve. And this tilt defines the noise curve. So right in the middle, I'm pretty sure it's like white noise. If you tilt it, then the white noise is going to go up, right? It's going to be biased up. So it's like pink noise or something. If you go down, it'll be like brown noise. So it'll be a darker kind of contour that it applies. And so if we just kind of go like this, you can kind of, in an extreme way, see how I want to tilt the vocal here. So that is definitively above the synth. So. So that's pretty nice. I just want to check to see how that sounds back here.
Ladies, come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow.
Okay, cool. And so one additional thing we could do is maybe just a touch of saturation, and then move on to other things. So Saturation, same thing. I'm going to do +5, -5. So just taking the ceiling from the limiter and applying it to the saturator, but then I'm going to just use the saturation drive a little bit just to push a little bit more. So the limiter's hitting the vocal nicely, and it's just kind of taming the peaks in a transparent way. The saturator is just going to take that nice consistent level and push the whole thing into a little bit of drive.
Baby, just come over, we can get.
So let's go back over here.
Baby, just come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind. Baby, just come over, we can get low.
All right, now let's jump back and forth between our reference. Now we've only done the most smallest things to the kick and the bass. We've saturated the hat and the clap together. Okay, we've also did a little bit of side boost on the hat, and we've pushed this vocal forward even more and kind of EQ'd it. I was just literally using this. Oh, come on. All right, one thing I forgot to do was actually save this as a new session. So I'm gonna save this 3 mix. We've done a little bit, but one thing I want to point out too is that we've only done the smallest things to the kick and bass. We've grouped the hat and the clap, saturated them together. We've also done a little bit of mid-side EQ to the hat, pushing the sides. And then we did a little bit of saturation here with the, with what's it called? Whatever this is, the vocal. And so even if I just solo those guys, so basic bus, lows bus, and main vocal.
Baby, just come over, we can get low.
Or if I just play everything against the previous version here, let's compare. So let's go back and forth.
Baby, just come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind. Baby, just come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can.
Okay, it's night and day, and we're doing the smallest moves. All right, and that's really all that you need, you know. Like most people aren't as far off as they think that they are, because just small little moves like that have a on the right things will have a huge impact on the mix. All right, so we've got the main vocals here. Let's start treating some of the tops. So I'm going to create what I call like a drums SC, which is drum sidechain bus. And I'm just going to take all the tops and the percussion that I want to sidechain, and I'm going to move that to the drums SC bus here, because those things are going to get sidechained. All right, they're going to get sidechained to the kick, and they're going to get sidechained to the hat. So the drums SC, this needs to go into drums bus, just like that. And so if I solo this, can't hear anything. Oh, because we got to turn the input on. Okay, cool. All right, so I'm going to treat them all the same just because I don't have that many elements in here. And so what I'm going to do is let's get an LFO tool and a monitor. Let's get an EQ, and I'm going to be a little bit more precise about it. Let's get Pro Q. And I'm going to also get the leveler again. The leveler is just saturator, limiter, LFO tool. All right. And so first thing is I want to see what the ceiling value is. So let's go. Okay, there's a massive clap in there. Okay, well, that's fun. Take that out. Wow. Okay, so that needs to be taken care of. Interesting. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to basically take that clap out. Is there anything on that channel? No. So we're going to put this over here, and we're just going to isolate the hat, or the clap. So what I'm going to do is come to the envelopes here. Envelopes. Let's go to clip and then gain and just take out the hat. the clap, I mean. Just like that. Go like this. Go like this. Okay. And let's duplicate this across. Okay, I'm going to clean it up a little bit more over here. Get this up right like that. Maybe like this. Okay. Okay, let's duplicate this across. Okay. Okay, let's clean this one up right here because this one needs to be nice and punchy for the percussion. All right, and then on this guy, we need to basically just loop around the clap and then just isolate him. So just bring down the gain on this and then bring down the gain on this, and that should cover it. Let's see. So we go like this. There we go. So we have that clap now. It's more of like a snare, so like clap, snare. Okay. So we can put this in the group here. So, okay, and we also want to bring this across like that. So delete this, let's zoom in and get rid of this. Ooh, the claps are playing right there, so maybe we'll leave that one. Okay. And then with this guy, we want to move it across and go like that. And then we'll take it out. Oh, shoot. Okay. Take it out right here. And that makes me think we got to do some cleaning up, maybe? Do we need to take it out over here as well? Because that's where the... I'm not sure. Let's see. So I think it's cleaner without, so I'll also take it out over here. So we'll go like this, and we'll go like this. Ooh, you know what though? Just to be extra safe here, we'll do a little bit of a fade out, so there's no clicks. Same with here. See, isn't this exciting? So we'll do that. And we'll go over here, do this. All right, and there we go. Okay, and then, did we bring this over? We did, so we gotta do this. All right, there we go. So we'll go like this now. Okay, so now we've cleaned that up. So we've separated the claps. I want to make sure this is going to the clap group. Cool, it is. Okay. Just seeing how much I can get away with turning this clap down, because that's going to be smashing the saturator. Another thing on this clap group is we can kind of maybe tighten it. So get what I call this clap gate right here, which just is, I'm gonna tighten it. All right, so then I'm gonna just mix that in a little bit. Okay, I'm also going to do a little bit of EQ on this guy. Let's go get Pro Q so we can be a little bit more surgical about it. And okay. Okay, I'm gonna bring down that the top end on that delay. All right, cool. Okay, we can make that even wider, that ride. Okay, hold up. Okay, so we're going to start to go through the tops. Let's keep going through the tops, and let's listen to this. See, now we don't have that crazy hat that we're dealing with. So what we could do, all right, 120 is a decent place to kind of cut, and that seems like it'll be fine right here. All right, cool. Let's check to see. Okay, so the ceiling value here is kind of around. Okay, so it's kind of around like minus 1-ish. So we'll go like this. Maybe we'll do -2. -2 plus 2 like this. We don't need to be too crazy here. Okay, let's do this in context now because I want to see if I want to drive it a little bit. All right, one thing we could do too is bring down a little bit of the tops here, just on the sides, just to create even more space for the rides and stuff up there. So, oh, hold up, we're treating this as, okay, so we're treating this as the drum sidechain bus. So I was thinking that I was dealing with the mid-range percussion, but I'm not just dealing with the mid-range percussion because I also have this guy and this, and I don't want to bring that down. So we're gonna leave that right there. That's totally fine. But what we could do is start. Okay, so now we've got most of the drums down. So what we've mixed is the lows bus, the drums bus. I can bring everything in the drums bus in, and the vocal, the main vocal.
Baby, just come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind. Baby, just come over, we can get low.
So I'm just curious if we get on the drums bus. So I'm just gonna do a little bit more EQ here, maybe with the shelf.
Baby,
So I want to see what I can take away from the low mids.
baby, just come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking,
So maybe that stuff down there, I could just start tapping it down a little bit.
baby, just come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind. Baby, just come over,
All right, let's bring the ride in. Okay.
baby, just come over, we can get low.
Okay. All right. We can maybe gut that some more.
Baby, just come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it. Baby, just come over, we can get low.
All right. We can sidechain the ride, make it bounce a little bit. So let's just use kickstart to be, maybe we'll use regular sidechain compression. So I'm going to get the sidechain compressor. We're going to get this to the input will be the kick. Where are you? Right there.
Baby, just come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me
Okay, so that's cool. I think we can also continue to get a little bit more out of the ride here. So I'm going to get waves doubler and just gonna make it wide. Where am I going to put this? Let's put it here. Okay, and again, I have control over the level of voices in the direct. So
baby, just come over.
So I just need to turn those voices down a little bit. It's a little bit much, right?
Baby, just come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it.
Okay, let's get these guys back in here. So lows, drums, vocals, and ride. Here we go.
Baby, just come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow.
Okay, I'm gonna put this here before the EQ. I want that EQ last.
Baby, just come over, we can get low.
Bring the direct signal down a little bit, so just really make these rides wide.
Baby, just come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind. Baby, just come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind. Baby, just come over, we can get low. Stop.
Cool. All right, let's check what's going on the ride. So I'm gonna get an LFO monitor here, and let's just look at it and see if we can tame anything.
Baby, just come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can.
It looks controlled. I don't think we need to do anything to it in terms of like compressing or limiting it. So that's cool. All right, we have the top string, the break. All right, we got this stuff. Here we have these guys. I'm just gonna get rid of that. Vox main is, what is this? Oh, okay, so these are the Vox, Vox. I'm gonna call these Vox punks, because that's kind of what they are. And then let's put that in here. Now, you might think I need to apply the same processing to here. Not really. These are just supposed to be swampy. I think they serve their kind of purpose over there. I just really need to get that vocal present, the main one. Then we had the punks. We have the bombs. Oh, shouldn't say that. We have the reverse reverbs here. Cool. We've got the delay throws, just like that. Okay, what's this? I don't know. Let's get rid of it. We have the synth. Okay, let's see what we can do with that. So that sounds pretty good to me. I'm going to start creating a hooks bus. Oops, got to put a number of hooks bus. And this is going to be for these guys here. What's this? Oh, just a little bit of a reverse or something. So, all right. So. Cool. Just listening to little things now, like this crash, for example, we could probably take a little bit out of the mid-range. I like how like meaty it is, especially over here at the beginning of the drop, but we could probably remove a little bit. So just starting at 1K. 1K is a great little dividing line between bright and dark, so just want to bring down the darker parts of it. So when we approach the end of the what is this? The 16 bars here, the A section, we can start to kind of modulate the synth a little bit, right? We can just kind of have. I don't think anything mixing needs to be done to that synth. I think we hit it harder earlier, but what I do want to do is maybe just kind of like create a little bit of interest going into the B section using the synth. I mean, just exactly like what we're doing over here. Let's look at what we're doing. So we've got a low pass coming up, so not going to do anything with that. We've got this delay. Maybe we can mess around with the delay right here. So we'll go right here and then have that come up and then down. So like this. So let's see what this does. Tell me All right, but I think the biggest thing about the synth was the high pass. So let's bring that move back here. And so we'll go like copy paste. So there we go. Is that high pass even doing anything? Where's the high pass? It sure is, but why does it sound like something? Because oh my gosh. Meant to go up to 600 on this thing. Typed in 60. Okay, also what we can do is, I think we should hit the synth harder with Soothe when we go into the vocal. So where is Soothe? Here it is. Let's move this more to the end of, we can leave the effects. Okay, we got a sidechain compressor. We got some limiters here. Okay, maybe we should put the Soothe kind of more over here. Okay. Okay, I'm also going to open up this so it hits a little bit of the sides too. So it's really going to bring that synth down across the board. Okay, so man, I'm gonna hit that even harder, and I'm just gonna be simple about it. Let's just get the glue compressor here, and I'm gonna put this in the, so we'll change this to SC Vox, this whole rack, because that's gonna get sidechained to the vocal. And then with this guy, we're going to do fast attack, fast release, insert, or sidechain from the vocal. There we go, and let's just bring this threshold down. Cool, that sounds better. I think we need to hit the low mids harder on the synth here. So whoops, let's bring that back and just grab this guy right maybe we can bring the direct level down a little bit on the doubler, because that's, I'm just trying to get this synth out of the way of the vocal a little bit more. And so just bringing it down a little bit here can probably help that. So not too much though. All right, so on this hooks bus, okay, so this hooks bus right here in the drum sidechain, this is where we need to start kind of applying a little bit more sidechain to things. So on the drums bus, what we're gonna do is two sidechain things. One is to the main kick, so let's get the sidechain compressor, and let's go to the kick drum here, and we'll start it around -20, just because that's usually a good starting point. And so we're gonna bounce the drums bus a little bit. All right, another thing we're gonna do is let's put this on the hooks bus as well, but we need to route everything here to the hooks bus. So let's get rid of automation real quick. And we're going to go to 37, which is right there. Let's turn on the input there. Okay, cool. And we'll put the kick onto the hooks bus right like that. And we already did that, okay. I don't remember doing that, but that's cool. All right, next what we need to do is sidechain to the open hat. So I'm gonna go get Pro Q, and we're gonna dump Pro Q onto the drum sidechain bus. And what we're gonna do is just knock back the open hat, or use the hat to just duck some top end on the drum sidechain bus. So we'll go -6. We're going to do auto. Well, we're going to click on auto and switch it to a manual threshold. We're also going to set the sidechain input here to, where are you? The hat, which is going to be 21. Ooh. Okay, I think that's going to be good. I was worried because I was afraid that a lot of things in that tops hat group are going to trigger the compression, but it seems like we can get it with only that offbeat. So. And then we have to turn this button on right there. That's going to enable the external sidechain. So now when this EQ slash, dynamic EQ, EQ slash compressor, I guess, receives signal from the hat, is going to knock down 7K on the drum sidechain. Now 7K is a great starting point, especially for 909 hats. That's usually right where they're sitting, but we can fine tune this a little bit. So maybe right around there. So right around, look at that, 7K. I don't know where I started, but I moved it up to 7K. All right, now that's way too much compression. I want the tops to recover to the top end. If it doesn't recover, then it's basically me taking like an EQ and dipping it down. So I'm just going to reset the threshold here and bring this slowly down and make sure that the tops recover to the top line here. All right, and then let's put that on the hooks bus as well. All right, comparing that to the original, to the reference. Boom, everything is open, everything has space, everything is clear. And I like to bounce back really quick because I want to just instantly feel the changes. But let me play it a little bit slower so that you could hear those changes too. So let's play the original. So not a huge difference, but you don't want it to be. Like even as a mixing engineer, when you get a rough mix from someone, you don't want to change it too far beyond what their vision was. You don't want to redo their production, right? And so just take what's there and make it better, right? Bring that vocal a little bit more forward. If the tops are wide, make them a little bit wider. If that synth is wide around the vocal, make it wrap around the vocal a little bit more. Make everything have separation in the frequency spectrum, the stereo image, and all the techniques that we looked at here. Basically help you achieve that. All right, now I'm curious to see where we're sitting on the loudness meter. I mean, -6.5. That's, I mean, what else, what more could you want right there, you know? What else could we do here? Okay, so that's like the bulk of it. Let me think here. So we could create like a groove bus, but I'm kind of liking this right now. Groove bus would be the drums bus plus the lows bus, so we can kind of just create a little bit of a ceiling on those guys. Let's see, but I just don't think that's necessary right now. Let's reference. Let's see if there's anything else that kind of stands out when we reference. I mean, we probably pushed it further than it even needs to be. You know, it sounds fine. Okay, let's now listen over time here, and let's do the micro kind of production optimizations, anything we need to do in the mix. But the mix to me sounds pretty good. All right, here we go.
I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind. Baby, just come over, we can get low. What's on your mind? Baby, just come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind.
Okay, cool. All right. I mean, that's sick. So I'm going to pause that. I'm going to take the drum fill right here. Ooh, maybe I'll take this drum fill. Okay, and then we'll just do like a crash. Where's the crash? Here it is. Okay, cool. All right, and then what we'll do is we'll just bring the mix down on it. So we'll just go like this and then like this. So it will just stop it a little bit early. There we go. Okay, cool. All right, so no effects. No effects in this track because, except for the crash. I consider crashes to be effects because they're accent effects. But no white noise risers, no downshifters, just using what we got. And I am absolutely not against using effects. I just didn't hear them very much being used in the Darius tracks.
If only bullets could.
And so, you know, so they didn't show up. And so there we go. Okay, one last thing we can do that I like to kind of mess around with is I will take this limiter and I will duplicate it. And this is just to help me find the absolute micro optimizations of the mix. So I'm gonna bring the threshold down, -6. So this is going to absolutely obliterate our mix. It's going to smash it. It's gonna put it in an extreme dynamics situation. And then what we're gonna do is just see what sounds horrible and fix it in this extreme setting. And this is like how I optimize a mix for mastering. Obviously I get it sounding as good as I can like this, but then to really make sure in mastering, when you're trying to get it a little bit louder, which I don't even think we need to do, but if you try to make it a little bit louder, what is going to hold you back? And so that's why I like to do this as the last stage between mixing and mastering, because I'll smash the mix, listen to what's going wrong. like blemishes are brought out of the mix because of this extreme setting, and fix that, because then in mastering you'll have more room for error, you could say. Okay. Okay, so I'm hearing that ride is a little bit hot. I'm gonna turn it off. Let's go ahead and check just different pockets of the mix in this kind of extreme setting. So 500 and below. So a little bit on the kind of muddy side down there. So maybe bringing out a little bit of the vocals. So I have this dynamic EQ that's working it, but if I just bring it down like as a kind of static EQ. And micro moves are all we're looking for here, because we're in such a magnified setting that it really, really just makes big changes, even though they're not that big. So even with this guy. Okay, I'm gonna come back and turn these guys on and just hit a little bit more of the frequencies on this guy. Let's go ahead and check out, that's pretty good. Let's go ahead and check out the top end here. So let's go like 500 to like maybe 5K. So we'll listen to the music area. So this is, the music is in the mids, as they say. I think that's Mixer Man, but. Don't hear much other than that, man, I could probably still tilt that vocal a little bit higher here. Let's see. Maybe a little bit of vocal EQ. So I'm going to get my favorite EQ for this stage of the process, which is the API 560, because it's the most dummy-proof EQ in existence. Because all I need to do is just like turn down some of the mid-range here. So maybe about 500 sounds like a good spot. So listen to this. It sounds like she has a cold when this is off. So turning it on. She doesn't have a cold anymore, right? We cured her. We fixed her, right? She's all better. And so there you go. I mean, literally, it's just mapped, and you can't go wrong. You just turn down the things, and you can't do anything else. Okay, that all sounds pretty good. All right, let's listen now above like 1K. So let's go to 1K. All right, I'm gonna check Foxango span here. So I'm gonna turn this off real quick. All right, I'm gonna turn this limiter off here. Okay, one absolutely tiny thing is I can just maybe cut a little bit of the sides on the drums. Now, there's a bunch of drums that are contributing to the sides, and I could go in there and just gain them down a little bit, but what I think I want to do here is just bring down the sides just a little bit, and that's what I'm getting information here. Just keeping that top end a little, it's not 100% necessary, but just to be on the safe side, bringing that top end down just a little bit on the sides of the drums. And so what am I looking to do? What is this, like 4K, 5K? Fine, but I'm gonna start it at 4K just so it starts to slope into 5K. And so we'll start at 4K like that. Let's just bring it down a little bit. So without. Sounds a little bit better to me. Let's go over to the previous. Just way cleaner. Okay. Last thing is I'm going to put a glue compressor on the drums here. I'm just going to clip the top, bring the range all the way down. This is going to do nothing other than clip above 0. Well, technically minus 0.5. But you can see it's not even doing anything. So we're not even hitting a minus 0.5 on this. Okay, so in that case, what we can maybe do, let me just get an LFO tool here, see if we even need to do this. So let me get this guy here. Yeah, kind of unnecessary, actually. It's just in a good spot. I'll just show a couple more things. Then I got to be done because at a certain point, it's just like, it's good enough, dude. So I'm going to go to the medium curve here and just work this in. I'm going to stick a glue compressor on here just to be safe. But again, we're not even hitting that much. Maybe what I'll do is I'll bring the attack all the way back and the release all the way down just to get a little bit more transient emphasis on these drums. Maybe start at around -6. Let's see. All right, and then I'll mix this in, and you'll just hear the drums come forward. And man, I'm thinking usually I go 20 to 40%. I'm thinking maybe 10% here, but let me bring it up a lot so you can hear what this is doing. Okay, so let's bring it up to 20. It's a good starting point, so up or down from there. Okay, I like it, man. I swear this is the last thing I'm gonna do, and it's gonna be, let's get some gem dopamine onto. So I took away a little bit of the low mids, but I want even more grit and presence coming out of that vocal. I'm gonna put gem dopamine into ozone clarity, so that ozone clarity is able to kind of just knock whatever gem dopamine does into place. Gem dopamine is basically like as far as I know, like a parallel exciter. It just saturates the nice mid-range, especially the upper mids. So let me crank this so you can hear it. Okay. We don't need that much. Let's start around 40 or so. Okay, so close, so close. Let me just try CLA pitch on the vocals, just to add a hint of width to the vocal. Where are you? CLA, where's pitch? Okay, whatever. I'll just use this. Now, I want to do this into all the dynamics processing. So these EQ8s, these Pro Qs are all dynamics processing, because imaging can just make the dynamics wacky sometimes. And so for me, CLA vocals either going to be between wide or stereo. And so that's it. For whatever reason, I'm feeling stereo a little bit more, but I'm not even sold on this right now. I think that's definitely an improvement. So just makes the vocal take up like 10% more space in the stereo image. And I really think that's the icing on the cake there. I don't know if there's anything else I want to really do to this other than listen back. So let's see. Let's put a crash on here just so we get a little bit of an entry point. All right, a little bit here. Let's get a high pass on this. Okay, we have a high pass, but it's not doing, let me see, where is it? High pass. I think we're also macroing the resonance, and so I don't really want to mess with that. Okay, what I'm gonna do is, let's just try something really brute force, which would be HPLP. And then we'll just put this over here. This doesn't matter where it goes whatsoever. So I'm gonna go down here.
Baby, just come over, we can get low.
Okay, cool. That's perfect. So
Baby, just come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes.
So starting around minus, wait, what was it at? -8. Okay. And then I'll just automate that up. So show automation here. Well, it just came in with a little too many low mids, so then we'll have it come up right there. Maybe a little bit of a curve.
Baby, just come over, we can get low. Baby, just come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind. Baby, just come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind. What's on your mind? Baby, just come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can.
Okay, I don't think I'm gonna have the kick go down that low. Let's have it come down a little less.
We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind. Baby, just come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind. Baby, just come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind. Tell me what's on your mind.
I think putting like a panning on this delay would be cool.
Tell me what's on your mind.
So I'm gonna automate it so that it kind of just increases over time. So it starts down the middle and then starts to pan. So let's
Tell me what's on your mind.
And I don't want to do like a synced rate here because I want it to just be a little bit unstable, right? Because this is kind of the transition 8 bars before you get into the B section. So a little bit of instability here will get resolved when we land again into the stability to the order of the next B section. So
Tell me what's on your mind. Baby, just come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind. Baby, just come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes. We don't need to rush it, we can move slow. Tell me what's on your mind.
all right, cool. So that's I like it. Now I guess what we'll do is just do a quick master. So we're gonna do guess I'll call this pre-master in Ableton 12. It's called the main channel now, which is nice because then I can actually call this the master because this is where I will put the you know, whatever, the mixing, the mastering stuff. So what we need to do now is just send all the high level buses to the pre-master. So even though it's going to be where the master is, so we need to send the lows bus, the drums bus. You can see both of those are set to the master right now. Oh boy. Okay. And then we have basic bus, drum sidechain bus. That's all good. Hooks bus needs to go to the master as pre-master 2. Okay. All right. Okay, and then all of these guys. So I'm going to put these guys in a little folder. This is just going to be called, I'm going to call this, ooh, you know what? I'm going to just do a folder because I feel like being lazy. So we're going to do drums float. For me, drums float just means they float on top of the mix. They aren't really, let's color this this color. They're drums, sure, but for me they don't belong to the drum bus. I don't want to process them with the other drums. And so they just kind of float on top of the mix. So we're going to just send them to the pre-master, and they're just going to add little splashes throughout, right? So that's the snare roll, that's like the ride, like the ride, I guess you could see, you could put that in the top group and stuff, but for some reason I just don't like doing that. It's a lift to me. So the way I think about it is that since it's a lift, I want it to feel above and outside, apart from the drums a little bit. Maybe I'm just making things up, but that's just kind of like, I just don't usually put the drums float or the ride inside the drums bus. Okay, but I could totally see why someone would. All right, so now we hear absolutely nothing. That's a good sign, because that means everything's been routed correctly. So we just need to come to the pre-master, turn the in on, and there we go. And what we're gonna do is just use ozone 11 here, and we're really gonna try not to overdo it, but I'm just going to use the assistant here. We're going to play the loudest part of the mix, which is going to be right here. And I don't want to have all this crap in there, so I'm just going to loop around a section without all the crashes and stuff. So here we go. I have no idea what the heck they're thinking, but it doesn't matter because I wonder if I can just bring, can I drag this into here? Oh, that would be so cool. All right, but I can't. So let's go to here. Wait, no, it's here. Oh, no, it's here. And we'll go to this guy. And then we need to go into the project. And we need to go into, there's an easier way to do this for sure, but whatever. We need to go into imported. Let's go to size, because that'll help us find the references, which is the one that I like. It's number 2. So if only is the one that I really like. So let's grab this guy, put him in here. I think it's going to be cool. All right. So using the reference track, let's see what they came up with. What the frick? So I don't know what that's about, but let's bring this. Oh, you know what? My bad. We need to do this. I totally forgot this, which is really weird. We need to turn the master down. Let's turn it down to -12. Okay. Let's go to the master assistant here. There we go. That's much better. Okay. So, here we go. Absolutely not. Okay, so let's go to the maximizer. So we brought it down -12. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over to the kick, and I'm going to solo the kick. I'm going to come over to the master channel. I'm going to get the LFO tool because I'm going to set the makeup gain, which should be 12 based on the level of the kick here. So if I turn these guys off, you can see that kick is hitting 0 up there. If I turn this on, I just need to reset this. Oh my gosh. Let's turn all this off actually. Let's turn leave the dynamic EQ on. Okay, there we go. Let's go to 12. Cool, there we go. So before, after, pretty much the same thing. Okay, so definitely not going to use this EQ curve. That's just insane. That just doesn't make any sense. Our low end is monstrous. Okay, so here we have impact. Okay. Okay, let's turn unsolo the kick now. Wow. Oh my God, this is just horrible. Okay. So sometimes, man, sometimes ozone could just get it super wrong. And so I'm just turning a bunch of stuff on and off. IRC2, no way. Okay, let's go over to one of these IRC4 modes. Let's try the different ones here. I'm turning stereo independence off because it's just going to change. So if you have stereo independence on, and then so the limiter will act on the left and right differently, then basically your center image is going to be constantly moving around. And so that's bad for the low end, because then that means the low end is going to be moving around left to right. So turn that off. Okay. So basically, I'm just got so the modules I really like are impact is really cool, and it's just adding little micro dynamics to the track. So you can see. So you can see it's adding that. Just those little moments that pop. So the hat, you can hear a little bit of the vocal popping. So not too much, but like it just adds a nice clarity just by just letting those important things kind of pop out a little bit. So let's turn off the delta. Also really like the clarity module. Again, this is just gonna kind of tailor the mix, the kind of contour more towards white noise. And so just a little bit here. I like the top sheen that it's adding, and I love the clarity that we're getting from the mid-range in here. Stabilizer's cool. Like it's kind of like a Goldfoss or a Soothe, but basically is gutting the mids a little bit. So if I turn this off, I kind of like it. It's actually taming things. I agree with what it's doing right there. I take out the highs and I take out the lows because I spend a lot of time getting that kick and bass relationship right. Same with the hat. So all that time we spent at the beginning of this video or the last one or something where we're getting the kick and the bass and the hat in the good balance. I don't need stabilizer to redo that for me. But in the mid range, I usually like what it does, so I'll keep it there. And I like shaping it. Some people like to go to cut, so it's only cutting. But in this case, I just like it to shape the mid-range. Dynamic EQ is cool because this automatically calculates based off of the maximizer. So Ozone is going to try to get your master as loud as possible, and then it's going to work backwards. It's going to bring it up to the level that it wants to, and then it's going to go back and find the little frequencies that might hold it back from getting as loud as possible. And that's kind of exactly what we did when we did the hard limit test. We brought the mix up way beyond where it needs to go, and then we did these kind of micro optimization moves and then brought it back to normal. And so that's kind of what dynamic EQ is doing here. It's just a pure calculation to help the maximizer get a little bit louder and less distortion. And so I can't quite, that's very hard to hear. And so I usually like what it does and I usually leave it. Imager is the one that we haven't done yet. And so I definitely want to do Imager here. Imager is great. I'm just going to kind of, I'm going to set these bands based on the way that I'm hearing I want the imaging. So let's go ahead and check it out. So think about what we have, right? We have the kick and stuff down here. We have the kind of organy sound. Then we have the vocals here, and we have the top end. And so all three of those can be imaged in a different way, or four. I don't want to do any low end imaging here. The kick and bass I know are mono, so I don't need to bring this all the way down. Just unnecessary. And so what I'll do is I'm going to go after the kind of top of the bass and also maybe the organ down here. And the bottom of the vocal. Let's also bring in I'm going to get the mid-range because that's where a lot of that vocal is. So let's see. So around there a little bit, and I just want to check the top end too. Sounds like top end to me, so there we go. Okay, let's just double check this guy now. All right, let's check the low end here. Nice, I like it. All right, so to me, this all feels natural. So now what we'll do is we'll just do a little bit of widening. I'm going to start with the mid-range because that just is a great place to start. Sounds good to me right there. So going all the way up. I love that because it doesn't even sound that bad when we just destroy it, but it is destroyed. We don't need to go that hard. Okay, I like the order of this too, actually. I wanted to have impact before the imager because, again, the imager could just mess up dynamics. And so I just feel like impact would be behaving weirdly to get the image dynamics. But then what I like is I like clarity and stabilizer after the imager because it will knock all the weirdness that you get from imaging back into shape. So that's perfect. and then of course dynamic EQ and a maximizer. So perfect layout. That's exactly what I want. And so let's keep on doing this. Now let's try the low mids here. So real low here, I don't like it at 0, but I do like it. I don't like it above this, because what happens is if I bring this up too much, it takes attention away from the vocal, and that is the last thing that I want. So. All right, top end. Top end's pretty wide, so I don't suspect I'm going to do a lot here, but let's try it. All right, so let's bypass the imager. Just absolutely insane how much the imager changes the mix. Like, you think you have a good mix, you put it through the imager, and it's like, what the hell's wrong with my mix? Just so good. It's such a good plugin. Awesome. Really, really nice. Okay. What else? So next what I want to do is let's go back to the hooks bus. And what I want to do here is I want to use Pro L, and I'm going to do a little bit of limiting on the hooks bus. Just a little bit, because I want to like make the limiter here, the master limiter, have an easier time. And so I'm just going to get Pro L. We're going to go to we'll just use it normal. And maybe I'll go on, I don't even know which one I'm going to use, which style. Maybe I was thinking safe, but we just have to see. And so I'm going to set an out. I don't even know what the output is, okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn trooping off. I know that. I want to see kind of what the level is here through the hooks. All right, so you can see it's kind of getting above -3, and it's just kind of dancing around -3. So I wonder if I just set the output to -3 and then just gained up, so +3 here. And so it'll just keep it locked at -3, and I wonder if that's going to be too much. Let's see. All right, let's try the different modes here. Let's try transparent. All right, I'm just gonna mess around and play with the gain. So I really like that because it just controls the vocal. When you take it away, it's just the vocals, it feels out of control all of a sudden. It's like, it feels like the singer's like going forward and backward on the microphone, but as soon as you turn this on, it's like that singer is locked right there in front of the mic. All right, I like that move. And then I wonder if we also just put soothe on the hooks bus, if that will just do a little bit of soothing, as Soothe does. So let's go up to like 40-ish. Man, these plugins are just insane. Like what they do, it's so crazy. Okay, so I'm gonna go to the previous mix. This is gonna be nuts. Okay, here's the previous mix. What was sounded decent. Okay, cool. So, all right, I wonder where we're sitting now. Okay, that's cool. That's actually pretty conservative for me. Usually in mastering, I get like an extra dB, but I'm trying to hold back on this because we don't need to hit it too hard. He's not hitting his mixes that hard at all. One of them was like -9 or -8, but we're hitting -6. That's a pretty good loudness level. And what we need to do now is not much. What I'm going to do is just clip the mix a little bit, so into this dynamics chain, so that this master limiter just isn't working as hard. So I'm going to get a clipper. Which clipper? What am I going to get? What am I going to use? Flatline? Standard. Maybe I'll use standard. I don't know. Okay, here we go. So here's standard. Let's see how much we're going to clip. So when I knock it down by -12, usually I am going to go after -8. But in this case, -7.5, because I'm not doing the amount of clipping that I would usually do on these buses. Usually I would clip on every single one of these buses, but it's just not necessary in this case because we're not trying to just absolutely maximize loudness. And so in this case, I'm just going to be a little bit more conservative, which is only half a dB really, but... But that basically takes about a half a dB away from this limiter. So that's cool. Another thing I want to do now that I have a consistent level is do a little bit of bounce compression. And my favorite compressor for mastering is the Waves API. And so I'm just going to put that in between. So now that we're getting a relatively consistent peak level out of the standard clip, you know, it's pretty consistent. It's just clipping a little bit. But it's more consistent. And so with this API, what I'm going to do is just bounce the mix. So I'm going to do a slow attack. I'm going to do a low ratio. I'm going to do a fast release. So it's going to let the kick transient through, and then it's going to duck the rest of the mix. And I need to have a fast release so the compressor can recover. Now, some people like, if you've ever watched Luca Pretolesi, he likes to really compress his masters based on the mid-range. So he'll cut out the lows and he'll cut out the highs and compress the master based on the mid-range. And that will flatten out the mix, which is a sound. It's it's a great sound, but I'd like to bounce the mix, and so I like to use the kick to just get the mix pumping for dance music, because that's the way that people move, and I want that mix to move in the same way that people do. And so you'll see that I'm going to only hit about 1 dB of gain reduction here, but what I want that I just want to see that needle dance. I want to see it just bounce. So all right, I think we're pretty much done. I'm going to take a little bit more away from the sides. Now, one advantage, but the absolute massive advantage that we producers have over professional, not mixing engineers, but mastering engineers, is we can fix everything in the mix. We can fix everything down into the production stages, right? The atomic levels of even the sound design. So when we have everything running into the master, like what we're doing right now, I could fix anything anywhere at any level. You know what I mean? And so I'm not limited to 2-bus. I'm not limited to a stereo file. I'm not limited to stems. I have no limitations in adjusting my mix into the mastering chain. And so take advantage of it, right? So I'm going to bring down the sides on the drums just a little bit here on the EQ that we have. So that's what I was trying to get away from earlier, but it still sounds good to me. I think we brought it down enough. It's probably just the imaging maybe that Ozone is doing is pushing those sides over and above the mid channel. So maybe we can bring that back a little bit. Not even worried about it. It sounds fine. It sounds great. If we knock this down to mono. Sounds good. So these are the final changes for the track, and let me just I wrote them down here. Just listening over time. I came back and just kind of made these changes late at night. Very kind of minor, but I wanted to walk through them. Didn't record it stupidly, but it's very minor. So we'll just walk through it. So change the stab. So there was one of these stabs in here that I really just didn't like. And so I just changed it. I went back to the pack and I found this guy right here. So that's pretty much it. Just swapped out the stab, a little bit of EQ, a little bit of reverb, and there you go. And so maybe what I could do is I could just play that with the kick, bass, and the synth here, just so you can hear it. Now, can you actually hear that in the whole thing? Let me see. Barely. You know, if I was going to keep going, I'd probably make that a little bit more audible. I gutted it a little bit with the EQ, but it's not hurting. Okay, put a ride in the little B and little D. All right, so what that means is if I'm counting off 32 bars, you've got 4 8-bar sections. And so I call those little A, little B, little C, little D. So what I did before is in the B section, I had the ride over the whole thing. The reason why I didn't like that is because basically, like, when you got to the last 4 bars here, like, there was really nothing new. And so what I wanted to do was instead take what would be like a B section lift or an elevation and instead turn it into kind of a proper A section and B section lift. So for example, I took the ride and instead of playing it again all throughout the B section, I just wanted to put it here. So when you get to the second 8 bars of the A section, you get a lift. When you get to the second 8 bars of the B section, you get the same lift. So it's kind of a structural lift here. And so that's it. And I really like that move because that makes it feel like when you come in here to the B section, the vocal brings so much energy that it feels like a step up, even though we're losing the ride here. But then when we get to this last 8 bars, you get that little tiny extra step up. And so it doesn't just become kind of monotonous and too repetitive. It just lifts the energy in the right way. And so that's why I did that. Let the percussion syncopation hit before the edits. Again, extremely minor, but there was a moment in the video where I was recording and where are those syncopations? Come on. It's been a while. So percussion back, is this it? I think it's this guy right here. It's one of these. Let me just see. Or is it? It's in here. Fills? No. So I think it's this guy right here. Yeah, because this. So before I think I had it so that it was like this, and as I was listening, I just felt there was always something wrong with these little edits right here. And it was because, since we've been playing these edits or these little fills here this whole time, little fill, little fill, little fill, little fill, 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 and they just go across. They're really an important part of the track. When I took this one out, that little one right there, it felt wrong. It felt like I was missing something, and I was, because I took this out. I've been, a lot of times when you're setting these kinds of things up, you're training the listener to kind of anticipate the groove, like the movement, right? How are they going to literally move their bodies as they're dancing to this stuff? And this is the stuff that they really like move to, like that, like in the context of the groove. You really feel that stuff, and it really defines the groove, and it's what people really bounce off of when they're dancing. And so as I was naturally listening to this and I took that out, I felt like something should happen because I've been kind of training myself that something should happen, and then it didn't. So I brought it back, and that instantly fixed it. So it's really subtle, but man, just don't mess with the groove. So like, and then putting it back in, right? It has the flow because that's what we've been taught as the flow the whole time, And so there you go. There was a lot of rhymes right there. Okay. Add low-level snare build in the build. Again, a very simple thing. I just wanted this section right here to pick up a little bit more. In the original, let me see if I could play one of the originals. Do I have a previous in here? Production. Okay. So here's the production version. So check this out. Going from here into the build, usually what you want to feel is you want to feel a step up. Like right here in a break section, like breaks are almost defined, and this is a really fancy term, is there's no directionality. There's no directional energy, or at least there's a very, very small directional energy. As soon as you get into the build, there is an obvious directional energy. You are going somewhere new. You're going in a new direction, and we are taking you there, right? So these are just supposed to be kind of chill. You're not really doing anything other than chilling in the moment. Here, you're supposed to be getting ready. You're getting hyped for that next section. So you're getting pulled forward into the next section. And so what you want to do here at the kind of turning point, at the tipping point, you could say, is you want to make almost like a definitive statement. And so I didn't feel like a definitive statement was being made. So check this out. Watch. So we'll play from right about here.
Tell me what's on your mind. Baby, just come over, we can get low.
Very subtle, very subtle. And I wanted it to be a little bit more obvious. So in the mastered version, so which is in the project, I just want to play the stereo file because, whatever. So I'll play the whole thing. So here we go.
Tell me what's on your mind. Baby, just come over, we can get low.
Like just a little bit of a step up to tell the listener that we're making a move. All right. And so the only thing I did there is I opened up some of this stuff. Let me see where it would be. So the automation here on the lows bus, I didn't have the high pass as high, and I didn't have the low pass. Let me see if I have a low pass on here. I don't. Where's the low pass? So we'll maybe, here's a low pass on the drums. Do I not have one on the, I guess not. Okay, but I didn't have the high pass as high, and I didn't have the low pass as low. And so you're getting a little bit more of the drums, you're getting a little bit more of that step up. And then another thing is introducing the kind of snare roll. So here, right there, I just added in a little snare roll, very low level. But it just adds that 16th note speed. And you can't even really hear it, but you could feel it.
Baby, just come over, we can get low. Stop overthinking, I can see in your eyes.
And so that gave me the kind of step up that I wanted here going into the build. All right, gave me the step up, and it gave me that extra pull going towards the drop. All right, so crash and crash bombs as entries. So I think before, what I'm talking about is like here we have a crash into the drop. Here we have a crash into the B section. Here we have a crash at the end. So crash is important in this track. Crash as a entry into the break. Crash to start off the track. But what I was feeling is I wasn't getting a good enough kind of lift or impact going into the second 8 bars of each section here. So what I did is I just reversed a crash. I don't know if it's this crash. It doesn't really matter. 127. So I took this crash right here. I just reversed it. And then what I did is I put a reverb here on it. And so it just splashes over. So here's the main entry, which is a lot stronger because it has that mid-range punch. And then here we have the kind of crash bombs that kind of just swoop in and then just put this white noise blanket over the second 8 bars. All right. So a little bit more subtle. It's not as impactful as the crash, but we're still getting that impact. We're still getting that kind of entry. And so in context, let's just see what the differences feel like. I'll play it right around here, although this is going to make it feel a lot more dramatic too, the edit, but here we go. All right, and now the crash bomb, so check it out. Another thing that I really like about this crash bomb is that it really adds that white noise blanket. And so it really, I'm saying really a lot, but it elevates the top end. It puts a lot of air up there, a lot of top end air, which makes sense as it settles into the ride. And so this just gets this huge white noise blanket on top, and then it falls, and we still get that lift with the ride. And so I really like how these guys also set up the kind of ride lift right there. All right. And then mine delay between HD CD. All right. So HD CD is going to be, again, the little is going to be over here. So C and D. So we have the mine delay right here. And that's it. So that is, again, something structural, because over here in the A section, halfway through, I have this vocal play.
What's on your mind?
And then the mine delays out through the second 8 bars of the A section. And once again, over here, I wanted to do the same thing. I wanted to have the mine delay over the second 8 bars of the B section. So if you kind of look at all these little changes, they're pretty important, because number one, we're getting a kind of a white noise entry to the second 8 bars of the A section and the B section. We're getting a ride lift in the second 8 bars of the A section and the B section, and we're having the mine delay over the second 8 bars of the A section and the B section. And so that's all pretty important, especially if you're playing it over a track. It just really signposts to the listener kind of where they are. It lifts the energies in multiple ways. And so, yeah, we get an entry, we get a drum lift, and we get a very, very minor kind of hook lift, you can say. And there you go. Those were the changes, and you heard them at the beginning of the track. But I think that about does it. Cool.